Well, hello again, everyone. Uh, yeah, we are here. We were obviously chatting for a while before, but we're here now to play for real. Put our serious game faces on, and we're gonna learn how everything's gonna be fine, and all the mysteries are gonna be revealed. And Aspen looks irked for some reason. Aspen just
That's a
sitting
game
there,
face.
mad dogging the camera.
Like you said, game face.
Yeah, she put on her game face. She's ready to
Okay,
go.
I see. I see. Okay, that's right. So cool. Hey, SJ, what's happening?
Yes.
How are we going to
Well,
be delighted and relieved by
You're
this
gonna be
episode?
so mad at me. All right, so
How dare you?
I am SJ_sidekick. This is Kids on Brooms, spinoff of Kids on Bikes. Think Harry Potter, but not that IP. It's way better. We have our own school characters, mechanics, magical, whatever. We go to Artemis Academy. Super safe. Nothing ever happens. Pretty boring, actually. Yeah, they have a lot of nice teachers. Like their favorite, Professor Levi. Great. And yeah, I think that's about it. You guys are just going through normal school days. So yeah, if you want to go ahead, Misha.
Yeah, I'm Misha, or Misha_less_than 3 year on Twitch. I'm playing Kels. She's the reluctant oracle trope. Currently, her visions seem to be focused on astronauts and sirens. It's related to perhaps her personal feelings about Silent, who's a movie star who goes to their school, and the fact that his girlfriend's going to be coming here, who's also a movie star and also hates her. But that's fine. She's a little worried about the memory loss problems that everyone seemed to be having earlier yesterday, one of these two.
Oh.
Both. Yeah, it's a bit of a concern. But good news, Phineas no longer is going to have those weird visions where he sees someone dies, so he's got that going for him. And I guess today's the day she's going to stop running away from at least one of her problems. We'll see how that goes when she talks with Tim. Maybe. Aspen?
Hi, I'm Sin or Sinful__potato on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, most social media sites, and now Discord. Which, C plus content has their own Discord, so you should definitely join it. It's fun. It's fun in here. Come play games with us. Anyways, I play Aspen, who is the haughty descendant trope. She likes animals, magical creatures, all that fun stuff. She's trying to make new friends. I think it's going okay. Maybe. Who knows? Nobody really knows. She still has, like, 1,000,000 negative house points, but that's fine. Probably. Sort of. And, yeah. Good stuff.
My name is Twi'lek and I'm playing Gustav. One of Gustav's strengths is loyal, which means that when I spend 1 adversity token, the person I am giving it to gets to spend 2 adversity tokens, which is pretty nice on my help actions, obviously. So I feel that next time I help Sammy, he's going to do very, very well. Zero, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm sure everything's fine, at least as far as Phineas knows, because he is unaware of all the horrible things that SJ has put us through and all the things that she has planned to torture us with. So yeah, I'm sure he's perfectly happy at the moment, having been poisoned by his favorite teacher, who is now
not
probably
poisoned.
either dead or rotting in magical jail. But no, Phineas
Why
is...
not both?
I know, right? Phineas is a weird kid. I just decided that his trope, so every character has a trope. His trope is magical whatever, because that seems to fit perfectly. Yeah, he's a nice, kind kid who gives really good advice to people, and yeah, goes to therapy like he's supposed to. Is a rule follower, picks up trash when he didn't have to. So he's definitely the best of the bunch, but is probably going to suffer for it.
Yeah. Great synopsis. So, you guys start. We left off. It was lunch on a day 2 school day. You'd just seen Dr. Tetsuya. You were screened for null warts, but he didn't see any evidence of it. Found out. Seemed pretty perturbed. Little concerned about learning Professor Levi tricked you guys into taking a potion. But he also seemed to know the source of your visions as well, but was not willing to share. But you at least found out that the source is a person, albeit unintentionally.
It's a male person who is the third oracle on campus, and somehow they are piping their visions into my brain, but not intentionally.
Yes.
Via mind meld, probably, definitely.
Yes. Are there Vulcans at our school?
You just look for Vulcans, any pointy ears.
Yeah. Or Betazoids.
First years. We're really making a fascinating logic puzzle out of this.
Right. So,
And I
you
promised
guys,
I would not investigate and try to find that person.
yes, you did make a promise that you personally would not
Yes.
investigate and look into this person.
Yes. And I will not.
Let's see if your friends take the hint.
I don't know. They haven't taken the hit not to get involved in the mob and not to murder Pegasi and all the other stuff they get up to.
Those are just common sense things.
The Pegasus had it coming.
Yeah, so did Samantha, apparently.
Yes, Samantha.
Poor innocent
And
Samantha.
Rudy, Gustavo's always suggesting, oh, let's just use Rudy. Bad stuff happens to him anyway,
Right.
and we won't get in trouble. They'll just assume it's the bad luck.
Right. That's fine.
What's a little more bad stuff that we make happen, too.
Yes.
All right, so you guys leave Dr. Tetsuya's, and you have dark magic defense now.
And remember, Gustav, you're supposed to talk to Professor Ames about the goings on.
Yes, because you're worried Professor Levi will not share because he doesn't want people worrying about him, as
Yes.
you've personally experienced.
I mean, we all know it's actually Granny, but the characters quite reasonably are worried that Professor Levi, who is operating under a vision of his own death, isn't going to share things because he doesn't want his friends to be upset.
Exactly. All right, so dark magic defense, you guys are having a duel day, so you'll pair off. You're not at risk of losing house points, but if you win the duel, you can make house points. So 5 house points if you win the duel. You'll be partnered with someone of a different house. So we'll say Hells and Casey, Aspen, and go Phineas, Gustav, and Brigham. And then we'll do other pairs as well. But those are all of you guys, I think. I said everybody.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to go first?
I mean, the fact that Aspen still keeps bringing up that time she froze me in the Forbidden Forest completely unnecessarily might be top of Phineas's mind.
All right. So
I thought you were gonna give her some house points here, but I guess not.
We will see.
all right, we'll have Phineas and Aspen. So kind of the only spells that you can use are barrier spells, deflection spells, disarming spells, and knockback spells. So first one to either disarm their opponent or knock them off the platform will win.
Okay.
So you can choose a stat depending, but remember, you can't win defensively. You might be able to get, say you properly deflect a spell, maybe you'll get like a plus, we'll say a +3 to the next roll.
I mean, of course, I would love to use flight, but I don't think that, and that's dodging.
If they hit you with a knockback spell, you can use flight if you roll high enough to maybe get knocked down, but not off the platform.
Ah.
All right. What are you guys doing?
Well, Aspen is clearly the aggressor.
Yeah, you will probably Aspen will probably use fight. Fight is definitely the stat for the knockback spell.
All right. Then I assume I will use grit for a shield.
We'll say brains is the disarming spell.
Okay. Which my brains isn't great. But are these contest? Well, so I assume she'll attack and I'll defend, and then I'll get a chance to attack her back.
If you want, or you can attack at the same time.
With the chance to, so I guess what I'm saying is, do I need to, like, if I want to dodge it, do I need to choose the flight as
You
my
can
action?
use flight, but it'll be non-magically dodging.
Oh, okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, theoretically, this
Mhm.
is out of character. If you do the disarming and disarm them, can you then just like push them off the platform? That
No.
still work? No.
Good question, though.
What would the deflect be?
Yeah, this isn't meant to be a brawl. Deflect? That's a good question. We'll say...
I mean, I would like
Look
it
at
if it was
these
grit.
stats. Safe either mental. Yeah, keep someone safe mentally or physically. Sure, we'll say that
Cool.
that's grit.
I will attempt to deflect it back.
Okay. It'll be... Depending, if you succeed her roll by 5 or more, you'll deflect it at her.
Okay.
But if you don't, you'll just deflect it away from you.
Okay.
Aspen, which are you casting? I assume knockback.
Yeah.
Okay. And if she succeeds you by 5, you're getting knocked off the platform. If she doesn't, you'll have a chance to flight save.
Okay.
We use the magic die too, right?
Yes.
I got a 19.
I got a 15.
Okay. Give me a flight roll. Do I want to make it to where you have to beat? All right. Difficulty 19. You have to match
Oof.
her what she got.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
You never know. You have a D20, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
but
no.
you don't have a magic die.
Yeah, no. So, but I get a stat bonus, and this is related. This isn't related to flight, though. So that is a 16.
Okay. So Aspen, you very aggressively cast your spell. He goes to deflect it. It is packing way too much of a punch. So it knocks him back, and he almost catches himself, but not quite, and falls off the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So you win that bout. You get 5 house points. If you want, we can do best 2 of 3. I just don't know how much you guys want to spend on this.
No, any more, and Poe is gonna get involved because Aspen has already leapt out at Phineas and has presented herself as a threat. And I don't want to find out what happens when Poe starts doing things in the Defensive Dark Arts class.
Fair enough. Okay.
You
Right,
probably
next.
see Phineas tugging back a very angry clump of shadow that wants to go and do things to Aspen.
Aspen will have her reach out her hand for a handshake and be like, "Good game."
Was it? Really?
Oh, we both did our hardest.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, Phineas is upset he couldn't use his other magic. Would have been a very different fight.
I mean, you might find it difficult to cast spells with a crow claw sticking out of your torso. You know.
Let's see. All right, Kel's Gustav. Who wants to go next? Gustav, who did I put you up against?
Brigham.
Actually, I think Professor Ames is going to want to give you more of a challenge. Let's put you against Kels.
Nice.
Well, first of all, I bow to my opponent.
I bow in exchange. Why not?
It's probably proper form, like
Yeah.
for formal
Yeah.
duels to do so, and then do the whole paces thing, and then go. All right, what are you guys casting?
Oh, disarm, obviously.
All
I
right.
shall try and deflect.
Okay. Give me your rolls.
18.
Oh,
I believe my grand total is 8.
yeah. She deflects it. It goes flying, hits Rudy in the face,
Oh no!
and you are there without a wand.
Is that the end of, if he's without a wand, is that the end of the duel, or do I have to use a knockback?
Use a knockback.
All right, I will use a knockback spell at him.
I am definitely dodging.
You, Gustav, could use a spell to recall your wand, the summoning spell, to like go back to you, but it flew so far off because she beat you by 5 that you don't even know where it went at this point. You just know it's near Rudy somewhere.
In Rudy.
So go
So my
ahead, Kelly.
options are to take this or go into the zone.
Pretty much you gotta take it.
Yeah. I got a 13.
Okay, yeah. So you see your wand go flying, look back, and then get knocked back off the platform. So
And then I'm like, are you okay, Gustav?
I sort of climb to my feet and sort of dazedly look towards her and then try to bow and fall over.
Oh. And then I look over at Rudy. And I'm like, sorry, Rudy, are you okay?
Professor Ames is just dusting him off, like, oh, you're good. You're good. Gives you your wand back, Gustav.
Oh, thank you, Professor.
Aspen. No. Did everybody go? Yeah, everybody went. Okay. And then everybody else will go. Cool. It's a lot easier when I just make you guys go against each other. We don't have to do it for cool. Class ends after a few more duels.
I would like to stay behind after class and speak to Professor Ames.
You may. Is it just you, or are multiple of you staying?
Everyone's welcome if they want to.
All right.
Aspen would like to catch Casey as he's leaving, so she won't be there to stay with stuff.
Ooh, actually, hold on. I want to roll something really quick. Because he is going to put Tobias and Calder.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see how that works out. Okay. So first thing you see is Calder uses a barrier spell properly against Tobias. Okay, then does it again.
And then does it again, and then
Yeah.
does it again.
Okay, and eventually, finally, Tobias is able to knock him off, but Calder only ends up using the barrier spell. All right. Gustav, sorry, just you staying behind, you said?
Well, I'll stay too.
And Phineas?
Yep.
Okay.
And Kels should
I
stay
might as well
too.
stay as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Okay. Aspen, you
And then
staying?
Aspen's
Might as
going
well.
with Casey.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're trying to talk to him. I assume.
Do you guys have Calder with you, or is he going to his next class?
He is probably with us.
Yeah, because he is a victim of the mind wipe curse too.
Okay.
Professor Ames,
Yes, Gustav.
something important happened. At breakfast, Professor Levi asked Phineas and 2K to come to his office, but Professor Levi doesn't remember it, and neither do Phineas and 2K. Kels and I and Aspen and the entire breakfast table saw them, but none of the three remember it. So we asked them, we asked Professor Levi what it could be, and he... it's complicated. So Phineas is seeing visions, and Professor Levi got him and 2K a potion to stop Phineas seeing visions. But Phineas's visions are probably induced by somebody else from far away, right? And potions are expensive, and my mum says waste not, want not, and then my dad said his entire relationship with her was waste. And what I'm trying to get at is that potions are expensive, and they use ingredients. So there's probably like Phineas is seeing visions, so there's a clear and imminent danger, or something like that. But 2K also got fed a potion, and 2K has seen visions before, back when... cover your ears, 2K. Back when 2K was in the blood cult, 2K saw a vision, and it was induced. So I think that Professor Levi thinks that there's another blood cultist in the school.
He patiently just listens through this.
You're doing very well,
as it is.
Gustav. We discovered that our memory, both mine and 2K's, had been removed in precisely the same way. As you know, I have memory issues, but it has never affected anyone in proximity to me before. We spoke to Professor Levi. It appeared that he did not remember coming to get us. Good job, Gustav. He then suggested, and we also shared the part about the visions, he suggested that I take a potion to remove the visions or suppress them. I declined. Then he gave 2K and myself a potion to prevent contagion. And then in later conversation with Dr. Tetsuya, it appears that and also Mateo and Professor Figgis, it appears that the potion he gave us was actually a vision suppression potion, which is somewhat disappointing that he would trick us into taking a potion. But of more concern, it appears that Professor Levi has been affected, and knowing what we know about Professor Levi, he is loath to have other people worry about him. We know that you are his friend, however, we are concerned that he will not tell you what is happening or seek your much-needed assistance in whatever it is that is, once again, appears to be interfering with us because he won't want you to worry about him. So we thought we would tell you directly.
He takes out his wand, flicks it behind you guys, and the door shuts and locks.
Uh-oh.
I just don't want anybody else coming in while we're talking about this.
Yeah. Now we need to fight Professor Ames. His supervillainy is finally revealed.
More information, if you could, with what was the vision of? When did the vision start?
I was walking across the yard to go to class, and then I was standing on top of a slippery rock outcropping with a number of youths, one of whom was a student who appeared to be a bit older, therefore the vision is future. I was in the body of an individual. I experienced what they were experiencing, but I did not know their thoughts. And then there was much jostling and horseplay about who would be the first to dive. The individual whose experiences I was living was the first, and they dove headlong into very shallow water with sharp rocks below. So clearly a vision of their impending doom. This is something that Miss Mesmer, Professor Levi, and Dr. Tetsuya have all made that same face look on their face. It clearly has them understand exactly what this is, and none of them have informed me, but we have deduced that this is due to the presence of a third oracle, at least, on campus, who is accidentally transmitting their powers. So we at least from Dr. Tetsuya, we understand that it is not a malicious act. However, the memory wiping part this happened afterward. The memory wiping part appears to be unrelated.
I would agree. That is interesting, though, that you would have the same. Interesting side effect. Okay, well,
I mean, it would be very interesting if we knew any more information about it, other than the fact that everyone knows but us.
I wouldn't say everyone. It is strange that he did not talk to me about it, though.
Well,
okay, so you yourself, Calder, who should not be talking about anything blood cult related, including any visions.
that was deduced more than it was deduced / drawn out. It was not
Firm
volunteer.
warning stands. The morning, so you don't remember anything from going to see Professor Levi?
No, we were in the library. Tim was playing music for us. I was teaching Calder to dance. Then Calder and I find ourselves outside Professor Levi's office wondering why we were there. We assumed we were there to see him. We went in, we had a brief conversation. It appeared that Kells and Gustav were nearby. They had seen us have a lengthy conversation, come out, then go back in. After we were able to compare our stories, we realized that something was odd. We went back to talk to Professor Levi, who did not remember coming to get us or the previous conversation. Just the very brief one that we had, that we remember having.
And you figured out that later, when you brought this to his attention,
Yes.
he gave you a potion that claimed
both Calder
for
and myself,
the memory.
That claimed to be about preventing, if this was something that was spreading, it should suppress that effect. But then later, when I spoke to Professor Figgis about the potential of acquiring a memory potion to see if we could gain back some of this, he mentioned, somehow it came up, the precise description of the vision blocking potion, and it matched precisely the appearance and flavor of what Calder and I were given. Dr. Tetsuya seemed to be likewise disappointed. Although, to be fair, I'm sure that Professor Levi had only the best intentions.
Have anyone else experiencing memory issues, or just Calder and Phineas?
How would we know?
Well,
You know that you are having memory issues now, so maybe.
I've been keeping an eye out and writing things. There hasn't been anything since this morning that we know about.
Okay.
And I mean, Dr. Tetsuya did check for, was it null wart?
Null warts?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he didn't see anything.
Okay, good. And he
us.
cleared you. He said that's not the cause.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I went to the doctor.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to start taking notes of things that happen throughout the day, especially things that you do not want to forget, or that are important, or that you figure out. You are not going to tell anyone you spoke to me, and you're not going to put me in those notes.
What about the blood cultist who's sending visions to 2K?
I don't think that's
There
what's
is no blood
happening.
cultist
Stop.
sending visions to 2K.
You just made that up out of thin air.
But then why would 2K need the potion?
That is what's
As a
proposed.
guise for the memory potion,
Yeah.
it would appear.
If it was for
It's
memory
not
stuff,
going to negatively affect him in any way. He's not getting visions anyway, so it wouldn't do anything. Be careful what you take, Phineas.
Mhm.
Okay. Keep taking the notes. Check in with me. Say tomorrow evening. No. Yes, tomorrow evening. Be fine. But for now, you need to get to class.
Yes.
But remember what I said. Take notes. Mark down important things. Do not include me in the notes or tell anyone that we spoke about this.
All right.
Okay.
You guys leave the very paranoid Professor Ames.
Yes.
Who's always paranoid anyway.
It was very,
good for
very,
him.
Very suspicious that he didn't want us to note down.
He's trying to make sure no one comes and gets him. When
Or he's trying to
uncovering
make
this
sure that when
memory
he
thing.
removes our memory that we don't see any notes that we met with him,
It's fine.
if you say so.
Magizoology time.
Aspen, how'd your chat with Casey go?
Oh yeah, Aspen. So
Yep.
you wanted to talk to Casey as soon as you're leaving DMD?
Yep. Aspen would try to poke Casey
Poke him where?
in the arm.
Throat.
Like noticeably, or you're like coming up from behind, or
Yeah, coming up from behind. Yo.
cool. You poke him in the arm, and he like immediately like moves your arm aside and like grabs it under, and then realizes it's you. It's like, oh, hey, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It's cool. I just wanted to ask how you're doing.
Fine.
Cool. So people have been asking if we're a thing now, and I don't know how to answer it. So do you think we're a thing now?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, it wasn't even your first choice for the dance. That was Emmy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, no offense, but I'm not going to be second. And he walks away.
Cool. So to answer your question, Kels, it went great.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So Magizoology. You guys doing? You guys have. I think you guys have a lot of people in this class. You have Mateo and you have Izzy. Oh, Casey's also in this class. And obviously Rudy is in every class.
Mateo,
Yeah, what's up, Phineas?
did you confirm the list of ingredients and whether you have them in your possession?
I have some of them, but then others are more controlled substances because
Yes. Professor Figgis mentioned that at least one of them was very sensitive.
yeah, they're referent. Yeah, so little tougher to get, kind of expensive. So,
Well, thank you. I did, as I said, I did speak to Professor Figgis, and he didn't seem completely against potentially assisting. But if you're interested and he does agree to assist, I assume you'd want to be present because this is not the type of thing that one has a chance to brew every day.
yeah. I think he cuts you a little more slack than like me or say Kels.
But you're an excellent student, and you know very much, and it might be an opportunity to demonstrate that knowledge to him.
I think he knows I'm knowledgeable on the subject.
No, up to you. The offer still stands, if it happens at all.
Izzy, who of course was talking to Mateo and is now inserting herself. What do you need a memory potion for?
Oh, well, apparently, you know, my condition. But apparently it's either now spreading or someone is attacking us and using my
As
history.
soon as you say spreading, she takes a step back.
No, I mean, we've confirmed that with Dr. Tetsuya that that's extremely unlikely. So we think it's more likely that someone is attacking us and using my prior history of memory issues to disguise their actions.
Oh.
Well, it's been a few weeks since someone attempted to murder us.
Right. Cool. Well, you guys have fun with that.
But, would you help me help the school, Izzy?
Depends.
Well, I don't know how this is possible, but it would be good if there were some way that students could be on the lookout for gaps in their own memory without alarming them and telling them what might actually be happening. Because if there is someone who is doing something bad, letting them know that it's generally known might cause it to escalate. But it might be good because we don't know. Maybe there are other people who are being affected. And unless you know that you have a history of forgetting things and have friends who are constantly writing down when you have those slips, who knows what could be happening. So you know how people work, but much better than I do. Can you think of a way to put the word out that there might be a reason to keep track of memory lapses without making it a big deal?
If there's a nullwort infestation, maybe. If I spread rumors about that, people will be trying to make sure they don't have one.
Yes. You could simply say that you heard that someone had, preferably not an individual, because then that would make that individual's life difficult. But you could say you overheard. You could say that you overheard Dr. Tetsuya saying something about nullwort. And that would be factual because he did. You would just need to not share the fact that he said that it wasn't nullwort. You could even say someone heard, not even you, so you aren't lying. Someone heard Dr. Tetsuya say something about nullwort, which is absolutely true. And that people should be on the lookout.
Cool.
That might help.
Yeah, I could do that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Also, you seem quite happy.
Yeah.
Good.
Let's say all right, after class, Aspen, you have delinquent detail, of course, as always. What are you guys doing?
What is delinquent detail this time? Is it something fun?
Probably just cleaning up the dueling room, like scorch marks, all that. Making it look more presentable. The soot and all that.
Well, we could help. Or do we have things to do?
I mean,
Okay.
you guys could go to your clubs. You guys are part of what? Dueling club, flying club. No dueling club today because the room's being scrubbed down. But
We could go to Flying
Cooking
Club. It's been a
club.
while.
yeah,
It has been a while. I'm gonna catch Mateo as we're leaving class, and just be like, "Hey, Mateo,
hey, what's up?
did your potion seating chart change too? Like last?
Yes. Like, yeah.
How's your new seatmates?
I liked my old table better.
Yeah, cool. Just checking.
I assume you guys also changed.
Yeah, we did. I liked my old table much better. It's fine. It'll be all right.
I thought it was Transfiguration that changed.
Both did.
Oh,
that
good.
Transfiguration just changed.
just changed, and
Potions changed like a week ago.
And I was just getting some intel on how Mateo's table in particular is doing. Cool. Have you been to potions clubs at all, Mateo?
Not really.
Yeah, same. Well, maybe you'll forget by next semester.
You guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Rudy, probably.
Yeah. Off in the distance. All right. Cool. All right. So what are you guys doing? Aspen, Delinquent Detail. You guys are all going to Flying Club?
Yeah.
Flying Club.
Sure.
I assume you're dragging
Yes.
Calder, who you signed up for Flying
Of
Club.
course.
Yes.
Despite, yeah.
Use my fancy broomstick cloth.
What is that?
Oh, Professor Harding gave it to me.
What does it do?
It removes any enchantments, etc. from a broom.
I wonder what happened if you rubbed it on my head.
I don't think it works on people.
Are we sure Phineas is a person?
I mean, that's a good
No offense.
question. No, none offense taken.
Yeah.
But also, do you have reason to believe that it won't work on? I mean, was there some sort of restriction on its abilities that was expressed to you when it was given to you, or did you simply assume?
I just simply assumed because you have to grab it and use it.
I can grab my head. I can use it.
Okay, I throw the cloth at Phineas's head.
Does it smell
probably-
strange?
No.
Will if I rub it on my head, will it use it all up?
He said it has a limited number of uses, but I don't know how long that is.
May I borrow one of those? Borrow, by which I mean
Go
use
ahead.
one of those uses. I will.
Yeah.
Will make his hair even more messy, and I'm sure there's wax in it, so it gets even more Edward Scissorhands. I don't know if it's doing anything, but thank you.
Well, it's done. It's done something. Just take. Yeah.
I don't feel any less cursed, but I didn't really feel cursed before. Hard to tell. At least this way, if someone attempts to magically interfere with my hair, maybe it will form some sort of shield to protect my brains.
Very
Right.
likely.
fly. Give me a flight roll. Question, are you flying alone or do you have Calder on the back?
We gotta make 2K practice flying.
Yes, that's true.
You will be pleased to know that I managed to roll a 3.
Excellent. Are you flying alone or with 2K on the back?
2K can fly by himself. I'm sure he'll do well.
Cool. While you're flying around, Mac goes zooming by very fast. It startles you, and you start to fall off of your broom. Hold on.
I can attempt a shield to catch him, or like a canted shield, so he hits it and slides down to the ground as opposed to falling.
Give me. That's calm.
Well, I mean, it's just
you're not shielding something.
I'm shielding
Like
the
you're
ground.
just making a shield around the air.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a grit roll. Difficulty 14.
Oof. I mean, it's possible. I'm going to. Oh, do I have any pluses? Because I got exactly 14.
And if you fail, just so you know, there's other people around, so it doesn't mean Gustav's going to die.
Exactly 14. I will spend an adversity token to kick it up to 15 to make it like not a just barely. Not grit point. You know what I'm saying? Adversity token. That thing.
Okay.
So it's 15.
You succeed, but I mean, he's still hitting the shield pretty hard. So that's not going to feel good.
But it's not.
It'll break your fall enough. It'd be like if you're, falling through trees when you're falling from a distance. Like, it's still going to hurt, but you're not going to die.
Yeah.
Because it slows your fall enough. So you hit the shield, bounce off, and hit the kind of slide down and into the ground. But it definitely didn't feel good.
Ugh. What happened to my broom?
You fell off your broom, so your broom would have kept flying until it was like just kind of started to fall to the ground. It's durable enough to take a fall.
I look around for Mac. Where is he?
In the air, flying around with his friends laughing.
I am going to use a knockback spell on him.
Oh God.
Okay, give me a
Gustav winds up getting expelled too.
fight roll difficulty. He's a moving target. So give me a difficulty 12.
Four.
Good.
Cool. You miss, and are you using Spell Slinger?
No, not this time.
Great.
Why?
You miss and hit somebody else. So you hit another kid off their broom, and they start to fall.
No.
But this time Harvey sees it because he saw you fall. Wasn't in time to catch you, but runs over to check on you and sees you take your wand and aim it at Mac, or aim it in the area of those people, hit somebody else off their broom, and he quickly gets on his broom and is able to catch them in time.
Well, this is awkward.
So
He brings them to the ground, looks at you, and starts storming over.
I very carefully put my wand away.
Kind of like nods, like, yeah, you better put that away. You're coming with me.
Yes, coach.
So Harvey, as he's taking you inside, what the hell was that?
I was knocked off my broom deliberately. I was retaliating.
The kid you knocked off the broom knocked you off your broom first?
No, I missed. I was aiming for Mac.
Coach Harding will deal with it. He is going to take you to Coach Harding. So you go to Coach Harding. Coach Harding is like, all right, what happened? Harvey is just looking at you, arms crossed.
Coach Harding, Mac tried to knock me off my broom, and he managed it. So I pulled out my wand and I tried to knock him off, but I missed, and I missed.
And Harvey, of course, interjects. He's like, he missed and hit somebody else off their broom, but luckily I was able to catch them. Glaring at you. How did Mac knock you off your broom?
He tried to ram me.
Did he ram you?
Well, I fell off. He got really close, and I was it was windy and there was
So
slips.
he flew close to you and you fell off your broom.
He's done it before. It was deliberate.
Right. It looks at Harvey's like, the other students okay? Okay. Minus 20 house points and delinquent detail for the rest of the week.
Yes, Coach Harding.
And your flying privileges are revoked as well for the rest of the week.
Yes, Coach Harding.
Not that you have your permit anyway. Now we see why. Sent you out of the office. Flying Club, once that happened, Harvey, once he took off good stuff, Flying Club would have ended because your person that's allowed to supervise Flying Club is no longer there.
But this is a space where we can fly.
With your permit, yeah.
Yeah. And just
But those that don't have their permit.
who doesn't have a
Yeah.
permit?
Keller.
Kay was saved by the bell. Because I'm sure Kelsey's
Yeah.
like, all right, let's go. It's going to be so much fun. Let's do circles around the low part of the grass. And 2K's like, I hate this. Oh, good. He's left. We have to stop. Let's go read a book or something.
All right. Well, at least Aspen won't be alone in delinquent detail.
Yeah, do you guys meet up with Gustav once he's
Gustav,
out of the scolding?
what were you thinking?
I was angry.
Yes, but
I needed to stand up for myself. People have been very clear that the way to make bullies back off is to be confident and always know the right spell. It's a bit like dating, maybe.
I don't think that was the right spell, Gustav.
no.
Certainly not in a field where there are dozens of people around.
Yeah. Did you apologize for me? I would have said sorry myself, but
I didn't really see until the aftermath, but they seemed all right.
I'll have to try and find him at lunchtime.
Just to make it interesting, let's say it was Emmy.
Sure.
I'll use a major bang for that. Even though it failed more by 5, but the specific person will.
At least I'd better apologize to Emmy at lunchtime, because if we get to Saturday and a date, then it could be very awkward indeed.
You should probably apologize to Emmy at dinner or as soon as you can find her.
Like
And
maybe
explain the whole like right now, even perhaps.
Right. It's Emmy is in Aspen's house, right?
Yeah.
So Aspen, would you mind going into your common room and fetching her for me to apologize to you? Aspen is not here because Aspen is on delinquent duty.
Yeah,
I
you
shall.
just wait until dinner if you can't see her.
Yep, I shall go to dinner then, and sort of stare forlornly.
Cool. So, little time passes. Aspen, you're done with delinquent detail. It's yes, I do 0. Dinner time. I assume you guys all go to dinner together. Cool.
I shall wait until Emmy sits down, and then I shall get up and head over.
Yeah. Just with Ophelia, she's talking about like you can kind of see her doing motions too, so it seems like that's what they're talking about as well.
Emmy, do you have a moment?
Yeah.
I wanted to apologize to you. I didn't mean to hit you with that spell. It was a little bit rude of me, but also an accident, and I really am very sorry.
Who were you aiming for?
Oh, Mac.
Oh. Yeah, maybe don't shoot a knockback spell into a crowd of people.
Were you hurt in any way?
No, luckily Harvey caught me. I mean, where he grabbed me was kind of hard, but that was Ophelia fixed me up, so it's fine.
Oh. I'm glad to hear that.
Give me a charm roll, Gustav.
A natural 1.
Ophelia is looking at you very suspiciously. Because you have a history of you snapped at her when she was talking to Silent once, told her not to talk to him when you guys were at that outing. So now she's thinking it was on purpose of people she's hanging out with. And you don't seem to like Malachi, like you were rude to Malachi.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to Saturday with you and Emmy and Ophelia, and I invited Aspen to come along too because Aspen loves flowers. If that's all right with you.
Doesn't she have museum duty on Saturdays?
I don't know. Maybe.
Spoiler, yeah, on weekends she has to volunteer at the museum.
Maybe they got the day off.
Yeah. We'll see.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to your meal. Bye-bye.
As soon as you start to walk away, you can hear them starting to talk. Hush voices.
Aspen, Kells, Phineas, 2K, Silent, I want you all to know that apologizing is never the right answer. Just pretend it didn't happen and maybe things will be better.
I don't think that one's the right answer either, based on my personal experience.
Yes. Sometimes apologies don't immediately make everything perfect. Sometimes it takes coordinated action and demonstrating a change in your behavior. You do have a tendency to react a very particular way.
Also, Casey knows that Emmy was my first choice, and I don't know how he knows, but my life is over.
Did you not tell him that?
No.
I don't think many people usually say, I asked everyone around school, and now I'm asking you.
We're talking about, no offense, Aspen.
That's really awkward for Casey, Aspen, but I'm sure since you're going on a date with me and Emmy and Ophelia, well, it's not really a date, but I'm sure you don't really want to get into 2 relationships at once. That sounds very messy.
This is fair. But do you think that now our friendship is ruined?
Well, maybe for a little bit. People have to work through their feelings.
Like I said, just don't apologize.
Okay. Oh, working through their feelings, like how both you and Izzy are yet speaking together, because still working through your feelings. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. For sure. Feelings, right. Anyway, don't you have... Wait, is your delinquent duty going to mess with this date plan, Gustav?
It's for the week? Oh no.
Yeah, when are all of those?
Evenings, I think. And the date is in the morning, so I don't know whether delinquent duty is all day Saturday. But maybe not. I'm going to be missing the meeting with Professor Ames, with you-know-who, though.
Right. And we've all been keeping notes about important things, right?
Right. I wrote down everybody who Phineas has had a conversation with.
I think it's about important things that happened to you, but I guess you have a new entry.
Yeah. He's going to love reading about that.
Teachers probably know most things that happen to students, to their students.
I'm sure teachers gossip all the time.
Is Izzy in the cafeteria?
Yes.
Can Aspen go over to her?
Yep.
Hey, Izzy. How's
Yes.
it going?
Feeling good?
Yep. So I have a scoop on, Calder.
Really?
Yeah. So
And she's sitting with Tobias, who also perks up interested.
Oh, Tobias, congratulations on beating him in Defend DMD.
Thanks. Congrats to you too.
Thank you. I have 5 positive tests. Anyways, so apparently Calder can get visions.
Really?
Yeah.
Anybody's had visions of before?
Don't recall, but I know he's had a vision before. That was like back when he was in the cult thing,
Oh.
Yeah. And then now, Phineas and Calder are forgetting things. And Phineas also had a vision. So.
She's like, oh yeah, I did hear about that there might be a Nulbert infestation.
Oh. Yeah.
Wait, Phineas had a vision?
Yeah, like he was somebody else, and I think he was saying that Brigham's cousin was there, Rex from our house, Tobias, mine's house, but Phineas was someone else. And then jumped off a cliff to their death. So we were like, who made...
Like he jumped off? On purpose?
Yeah.
Yikes. Oh, that's a grim vision.
Yeah. Also, apparently, there's like this third oracle or something. Maybe it's Calder. I don't know. But it's a guy.
Oh, you mean like besides Kells and Orin,
Yeah.
but not Phineas? But you said why isn't it Phineas? If he just had a vision.
I think they were saying that it's because this guy is using Phineas to see visions. Like he's putting his visions into Phineas.
Crazy.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Oh, don't you have your community service?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, when you're done with that, you can come hang out with us if you want.
Thank you. That'd be awesome.
Tobias is like, yeah, we practice dueling.
Well, I'd like that a lot, actually. Thank you. We should go back to the others.
Hey, Aspen.
Okay.
See, life isn't over. You can just focus on making other friends and it'll be fine. You don't have to worry about romance in high school. We should be focused on our studies, really.
I should very much focus on specifically the overview of magic studies so I don't lose any house points in that class. And then also maybe potions.
Transfiguration is a bit of a lost cause, isn't it? Professor Victus is strict.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. Is Tim still in the lunchroom?
Yes.
Okay. Once I am done eating, I'll excuse myself. And head over to his table.
Okay. Look at his food, sees you approach.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Hey.
First of all, and I'll dig out from my bag the two gold. And I'll give it to him and say, here's money back for those t-shirts.
Oh. Thanks.
Also, is now a good time to talk?
Sure, I guess depends what it's about.
You want to go to the library?
Sure.
Okay.
Give me a charm roll really quick.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. We're doing things. So 6 plus 2 plus 1 is 9.
Oh, you got me excited.
No. Well, listen, that's good for me. It exploded once.
You notice when he says depends what about, and you go into the library, he kind of glances at Professor Levi, who's hovering over the dinner area. But then you guys go to the library.
Okay. I'll probably look over at Phineas in case he wanted to help himself to this conversation.
Phineas will look at you approvingly, but is not going to come save you because this is something that you need to do by yourself.
The worst, Kel says as they go to the
It's
library.
in your best interest. This is legit helping.
Is it though?
It really is.
We'll find out.
Also, Phineas, did you ever give back the visions of Tim? Because you took them to show him, but you never did. I don't know if you ever gave them back to Kels.
I mean,
I don't think I don't think I
probably-
took them. I think
You did at the end because she kept pressuring you. You relented, but then
Oh.
you never ended up actually showing it to him.
I
No,
probably would have gotten it back from him.
Okay.
Because look at this
Just
stuff.
curious for
Isn't it
that.
neat? Wouldn't you think my collection of visions is complete? It's not, Mom. Thanks. So that's what I'm doing.
Cool. All right. Well, we can do that because they just seem to be
Okay.
eating.
All right, cool. I think we go to one of like the study rooms or whatever.
Yeah,
For-
that's fine.
Privacy stuff, and then I'll be like, so this is where Kels is all like, boy, Phineas was here. It really helped introduce this topic randomly. Not out loud that part. She's just thinking that.
So, what is this about?
And she pulls a full-on Gustav and bows in front of him and says, Tim, I'm sorry. I'm the one who told people about you.
Wait, you?
Yes.
He looks confused. He's like, why?
I owed someone a favor, and to help pay that back, I gave him some information.
On me.
Yes.
I knew your group was responsible, but I thought it was Phineas eavesdropping, and then Izzy told everybody.
Well, it wasn't any of them. I think we all knew. But
How, though?
oh well. Actually, I think that was from Phineas eavesdropping.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't have told anyone. I didn't realize that there would be. I didn't realize ghosts actually cared about what we all do and would pay attention to
They
stuff.
do when it affects them
I guess.
and benefits them. So, yeah, everything was your fault.
Yeah. Definitely. And I can't undo this. But if there's actually anything you'd want to know, or if there's actually anything I could do, that offer stands, like, for the next 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to figure out I was wrong about certain people, but turns out I guess I was right about others. I mean, I remember what happened, obviously, even when I was possessed. You were quick to leave all your friends.
What? I thought Phineas was dead.
You left Phineas, you left Gustav, and then you left Aspen.
Gustav volunteered to stay behind as we were running away. I thought the Dodorians would open up. Maybe in time. I tried to send 2K away, but he doesn't know how to fly a broom. I'm the only one with a flying license.
Whatever you tell yourself.
All right, well, I didn't think they were going to die because everyone else I ran across wasn't dead.
Yeah, got lucky there.
Yeah. It probably was a lot of luck.
Do you have something you keep your visions in?
Yeah?
Can I see it real quick?
Yeah? I'll hand it over.
Okay. He's gonna. No, he's gonna go through it, look at some of them weird, but it looks like he's looking for something specific. Goes, stops on the one of an older, like with ghosts in the background, and he's like, "What?"
Yeah, I thought that was you. It was a little weird. maybe it was just the thing that I needed to go talk to you or something.
Okay. Give me a grit roll.
Five.
Okay. He looks at you while he's going through and gets on that one. You're like, well, I thought it was you, but I didn't know. And then you start to have another vision.
Okay.
Give me a brains roll.
I'm going to use a major boon. That's better. 15.
Okay. You have a vision of 2 cats and a mouse.
Cool.
Cool. And he kind of just watches you. You have that. He closes the vision book, gives it back to you.
I open the vision book. I put the vision in.
Okay.
Were you looking for something in particular?
Nope. He will get up and go to leave. Give me a brains roll really quick.
All right. That is a 9.
Okay. Yep.
Cool. Well, I'll let him go.
Cool. What are the rest of you guys doing? Just homework, studying? I assume Phineas is going to want to know how things went.
Yes. As soon as Cal's walks in, it obviously hasn't been.
Well, I don't think
Lit
I'm
on
going.
Oh,
fire.
is she going
I'm in
back
the
to the
library.
lunch? Yeah,
I'm
she's
just
probably
gonna
just
stay
going
there
to
and
stay in the
study, man.
library. Yeah.
Okay. Then I think we would go to the library to find out how things went. Well, you don't have to tell me. But from the look on your face, it wasn't perfect, but didn't go terribly poorly.
Yeah, it could have been worse, probably. I think he'll hate me forever, but that's fine.
I don't know. I don't think he wants to hate anyone. It's the main reason I encouraged you to bury the hatchet, so to speak.
Like you said earlier, maybe he'll just have feelings for a minute and then you'll be friends again.
Possible.
Right. Anyway, he did ask to look at the vision book, which
Which one did you like best?
he didn't really pause on any of them for too long, other than the one that was of him, probably, right? That I noticed.
That you noticed. You also have having a vision in
Yeah,
the middle
about
of
halfway through, he's like, "Well, she's going to be busy. I'll just keep looking." Well, he saw the one that was of him, probably. Oh, and then when you looked at that one, I drew this one, and I'll show them the cat, 2 cats and a mouse.
Are you going to write about Tim in the notes you're taking?
Well, I mean, I can just write down when I talked with Tim. That's exactly what happened.
And you should share the fact that you had a vision while doing so.
Okay, that's reasonable. Kelsa's notes are probably specific yet vague because she's like, I've gotten like 3 things stolen from me out of my bag.
I don't know what the cats could mean, though, or the mouse.
I mean, if we're going by other thing, it's teachers. Or it's actual cats.
Maybe Professor Ames really does like Miss Mesbah, and Professor Levi also does.
I was just here thinking that Xena would make some friends, like another cat familiar friend, and then like a mouse familiar friend.
Yeah,
And
friend.
they play together, and the mouse familiar would definitely not disappear.
I didn't mention Wolf at all, but I know he's around because Xena keeps attacking the air by Poe when I'm trying to study. Xena's too smart to attack Poe, though. But this other intangible ghost, no problem.
Hopefully Professor Levi hasn't been so distracted by whatever's going on that he has forgotten to pursue his connections that might get us access to like a retired version of those spectacles that will allow Tim to see Wolf.
Maybe. Or maybe he forgot because of the memory problem.
We should remind him.
Do you think we should keep an eye out for them? I mean, eventually the summer holidays will be here, and then we'll have weeks off. Maybe we could try and meet up and shop for them or something.
Well, they're apparently incredibly expensive. More than 500 gold.
Maybe we could meet up with Silent and shop for them.
I think Silent will probably be busy. But Dr. Katz might know.
Because Dr. Katz is a cat.
No, Dr. Katz was also one of the, the things.
A psychologist.
No. The law enforcement people. Magical special agent people.
She was a counselor for the Spinnet.
The Alexers.
No, the other thing.
No, this one's the supernatural specific branch that Professor Levi was a part of.
Same as Professor Levi. I can
Spinnet?
never. Yes, I can never keep them straight.
Oh, are you talking about Dankron?
Don't know what that is.
They do animals, but they're police for animals.
There's animal police.
I assume that they're all Wisteria Hearts, like the entire lot of them. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Do animals need policing?
Well, Aspen?
My two older brothers go out and capture wild creatures that may be causing trouble. Like, if a wild bear wolf wanders into town, just they capture it and bring it back to the sanctuary, and then when it's good to go, release it out into the wild away from people. Type deal.
Yeah. There's a lot of contracting people out to do that, to capture or kill in some cases. There's, Emmy's family is a very famous dragon slaying family for, obviously, hey, you're not going to capture this and tame it. It needs to go. It's attacking nymph towns or something. And then Dan Cron deals with any dangerous creature situation that's more of a government capacity of, hey, yeah, there's a unicorn on the loose in this town or something. They need more specialized law enforcement specifically for dangerous creatures. Aspen's family is more of a catch, tame, nurture back to health type.
I was imagining animals as police officers. So I'm somewhat disappointed now.
If they were, Mr. Sparkles would file a complaint.
Yes. Poe thinks he would make an excellent detective chief inspector.
You mean Mr. Sparkly?
Yes.
Well, you guys just studying for the night?
We have to go. No, is it tomorrow that we go see Professor Ames?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. At some point during our studying, Kells will stop and just be like, Did we do the right? Did I leave you guys behind? I mean, I did, but was there any other way we could have handled it? With the blood mage?
The blood mage was an adult, like ancient, 30 years old, remember? And they were really powerful. I don't think that we could ever have won. Not really. So getting 2K out of there was the best thing to do.
Yes, I think he would have died if you hadn't saved him. I'm still a little confused why Gustav and I lay there bleeding out for quite as long as we did. It seemed like it took a very, 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 very long time. Almost as if someone who knew that we were literally yards away in grave mortal distress decided instead to do anything but tell anyone. But you, Kells, did the right thing ensuring that Calder survived.
Okay, I just don't want to, I wouldn't do it on purpose, leave you guys behind if it wasn't.
I think there should be some sort of safe room or something, because ultimately winding up in Dr. Tetsuya's lab being protected by all the adults was the right place to be.
Or your common rooms. Where everyone else was.
And was supposed
at
to
the sound of the alarms.
Yeah.
Calder is definitely sinking in his chair.
It's not your fault, Calder. And also, the options were limited because if you had gone back to a common room, the spirit might have attacked there and put more students at risk. As we've talked about, that was entirely the fault of that particular spirit, not yours.
Well, he's feeling more guilty about, obviously the blood mage wanted him. So Kels is feeling guilty about leaving you guys behind. That wouldn't have been necessary if, he was out of the picture or... Yeah.
I can't tell you how to feel, Calder. What I can tell you is that none of that was your fault.
Of course, every other decision we've made since we've come to this school has been terrible, but the blood mage thing is okay.
It's not your fault that you're irresistible.
What is that supposed to mean, Aspen?
I don't know.
2K was just a baby when he was taken. His parents' fault. His dad's fault, yes. But there was nothing you could have done, 2K.
He's a little confused by that comment because he was born into the cult. He wasn't taken as a baby. His dad.
Yes.
As we know, we're all excellent sources of information at all times.
And Phineas, you too. It's not your fault that your gran is in prison.
Is she? And also, I know that. I can't possibly be expected to bear any responsibility for her choices. She's, I don't know if I want to say adult. She's something.
Definitely not my fault that I have like negative 55 house points.
Well,
I think some of that's your fault. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But you're working back. It was negative 60 the other day, so you're doing better. Kels will turn to 2K and just say, sorry for bringing that up.
Which, by the way, Gustav, you're also at negative house points now at this point.
Finger wands.
Cool. So, assume you guys go to bed on time and everything. 2 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Cool. You wake up the next morning. Everyone has to get screened for null warts. It is believed there is now an infestation. So,
The rumor has given the doctor so much work.
yeah. So you guys go in, and I guess Mendes. What's her name? Yeah, Dr. Mendes is also lending a hand. So you guys go in. Let's start with Phineas. So Dr. Tetsuya, sit down. Well, I've already cleared you for null warts.
It's worth
But-
checking just in case, don't you think?
Yes, I also do want to do a check with you of what you remember has happened. If there's anything else that's since you've seen me, or even before, actually, because maybe you've forgotten of stuff before. You do remember seeing me before, right?
Yes.
Why don't you give me a full rundown of events that you remember
I was in the
the
library.
past couple of days?
Tim was playing music. I was teaching counter dance. We were outside. Then nothing. And then we were outside Professor Levi's room, wondering why we were there. We assumed that we were there. We went in and talked to him very briefly. Came back, did some things, realized that Professor Levi didn't remember that, had a conversation with him. When he didn't remember coming to get us, he just remembered the same brief conversation that we had. There was some potion involved. And I just gave him a general rundown.
Okay. Do you include talking to Professor Ames?
No.
Okay. Have you taken any notes or anything, or have anything to compare to make sure you're not forgetting anything?
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Okay, that's the worst idea. I was going to go through and compare, but not the worst idea to just so we can see if what you've written down is matching up.
I generally rely on my friends to notice when I've gotten a little bit hazy.
Okay. Hells. What about you?
I will give him the general recap, except skipping the part about Professor Ames. But what I will be all like, but I am taking notes about memory stuff.
They also want to know anyone you've interacted with, because that's the way the null work. People that you've been in close proximity to. Just so they can make sure to check those people and kind of trace back the infection.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll mention, like, Probably Tim. I think I'd probably mention each class just because,
Right.
like professors wander around so they know.
Okay. Gustav, what about you?
I allow the teacher to inspect my ears.
Cool. What about? Oh, do you guys compare notes, by the way, Kels? Of like, is he wants to see? Hey, here's what I remember. Here's what I've written down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gustav, what about you?
My notes are super secret, but I will, tell him about which classes I've been in and dinner, and I went to the flying club, stuff like that.
Okay. Do you have your notes on you?
At all times, I've got a little notepad in my bag.
Okay. You don't mention Professor Ames, right? Okay, what about you, Aspen?
Aspen would mention Professor Ames because she wasn't in that conversation where he told them not to. She'll mention that she went off to talk with Casey and how Phineas, Kells, and Gustav were talking with Professor.
Did any of you guys instruct Aspen afterwards? Or did you catch her up on the conversation you had with Professor Ames? Did you include her? Did you say, oh, hey, Professor Ames told us not to tell anyone, but we can tell Aspen? Or did you not tell her at all, even though she knew you guys were going to talk to Professor Ames?
I feel like we would have told Aspen that she had to take notes. And 2K for that matter. 2K wasn't in the conversation, sorry. And anybody else,
2K was in, it was with you guys. Okay. So did you tell Aspen, though?
If we told her to take notes, we would have told her not to mention anything about Professor Ames.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it doesn't make sense for her to take notes and then be like, no, but don't tell Professor,
Okay. So Aspen, given that information, do you mention Professor Ames?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you take notes?
Kinda.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Mostly doodles.
They're like really rough chicken scratch. Most of it is just like random doodles of like friends as like different creatures. So like friends being like Emmy and Tobias and Izzy and Casey as like random creatures type deal.
One of them is wearing a Dankron hat.
So when Phineas sees talking to you, whatever, when you guys all leave, this is all done individually, but for, privacy's sake, we're not saying, oh, hey, here's my whole day to everybody around you. And plus, he knows a little bit more than, like, Dr. Mendes would, because he's already checked you guys for Nullwarts and knows the Professor Levi situation. When you leave, you don't remember anything. You just remember being in Dr. Tetsuya's office, him telling you, hey, you're probably experiencing some lack of memory issues. You had Nullwarts. It's been cleared now. Infestation in the school. You're good. And those of you that took notes no longer have the notes on you. So pretty much anything since the night before. So basically, when, like, Kells, Gustav, when you passed Professor Levi in the hallway, you don't even remember that part.
Do I remember talking to Tim?
Nope.
Oh, shit.
So I don't remember being rejected by Casey.
Nope.
And I don't remember being assigned delinquent duty.
No.
And we don't have our notes of anything that happened the last few days. Okay. But we remember being told we had null words.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you would have been like essentially like, you remember last night, like for example, Phineas remembers, oh, I was in the library, Tim was playing music, then he left, and now I'm in Dr. Tetsuya's office and he's telling me I had null words and there's been an infestation in the school.
I am prepared, and I would like to reach into my bag and pull out a pair of earmuffs.
Okay.
I am now safe from nullworts. And fashionable too.
Right, so
I assume Poe is likewise affected.
well, not necessarily. He's not saying anything about what's happened the past couple days. Cool. So,
It's a school day, right? A Wednesday, I think.
oh, Kels, give me a grit roll.
Cool. Ooh. 11.
Okay. Do you want to have this vision in front of Dr. Tatsuya or hold it off until you leave the office?
I can hold it off. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't want to bother him.
You leave. You're worried because you're like, oh man, I forgot my studies, things that I've been doing.
I have forgot my studies. This is the most distressing. Will we have to repeat the next 2 days? Did I do my homework or not? These are the important questions.
Yep. And you start to have a vision. Go ahead and give me that brains roll.
I'm gonna use a major boon again. This dice. All right. Well, that one was worse, so that's cool. Do I just take the worst one?
The higher.
No, if you're
advantage.
major booming it, you just always take the higher one.
All right.
Like
Well,
you
then
can
it's
do a lower
7.
roll if you're using a major boon.
I'm just taking the 7. What is
Okay.
what is existing?
Do you have 7, as you said?
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Let me move this around because I forgot to make a new vision tab. So I'll just put it as the first one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's new. It's pill-based. That's exciting.
Cool. So it's like, yeah, it's a little astronaut and a little, like, kind of pill-shaped spaceship.
Yep. Cool.
Cool. Breakfast time.
Well, all before breakfast even. That's exciting.
Well, yeah, you guys would have been woken up and like, hey, we gotta get this done before classes start and everything. So
Right. Is the lunchroom abuzz with everyone talking about null wart possibilities?
yes,
Okay.
certain people they're like, I remember everything, and then other people are like, I don't remember anything from like the past 2 days.
It sucks for us. Where's 2K? 2K, do you remember anything for the past 2 days? Oh man, that's rough.
Phineas, you're muted.
Last thing I
And it makes
remember is
sense,
being
right?
in the
Because you guys have
library.
been in close proximity, so
Mm-hmm. Well, let me
it'd be
see.
weird if one person in your group wasn't affected.
Yeah.
I wonder how we got it. Because last thing I remember is I was in the library with you, Calder, and we were dancing. When was that? That was
Do
Sunday
I
night?
still have my Phineas memory loss notes?
To a certain point.
Okay. Like not all the weird stuff that happened the other day. It's just the
Yeah.
okay.
When's the last thing you remember, Gustav?
Speak up. I can't hear you.
It's fine now.
Gustav,
It's fine
take
now.
off. The earmuffs won't help you.
I take off the earmuffs.
They'll just make you
You
uncomfortable.
guys also would have had something to take to help.
What's the last thing you remember, Gustav?
Oh, it's 2 days. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast, to be honest. Or
Yeah.
lunch, or dinner, or the other breakfast, or lunch.
So was it
or...
Sunday night? That's the last thing you remember?
Yeah.
Yes.
The last thing you remember, Gustav, is breaking into Professor Levi's office and getting the bracelet.
What I remember is the dance, and Kels and I went to Professor Levi's office to, do stuff. And
To do what?
to see if he was there.
Oh. So the last thing you remember is Saturday. You must have gotten it first. Because Saturday
I
was the
don't
day of the
know if
dance.
he popped
Well, I remember most of Sunday until the evening.
out. I'm going to be a pariah.
Why?
Like, even more so. If people find out that I'm infectious,
Well, you're not anymore.
Well, you would have had to have caught it from someone. Probably it was one of the visitors at the dance.
Bet it was Iris.
Well, I think people would have
Kels.
noticed if she was missing her memory. She would have messed up her lines. But then again, considering what I've seen of her performing talents, maybe they wouldn't have noticed.
Kels, has your mother written to you since the dance? Does she remember?
She hasn't, because she only left on Sunday. So there's that. I had this vision after I saw the doctor.
Oh, what was it?
Oh, an astronaut in a pill spaceship.
Oh, show us.
Yeah, here.
Just so you know, Kel is missing from your vision book. Not that you realize it. Is the two cats and the mouse one is missing, and then this one you do might notice is the one of the jail cell one is missing.
Okay. Yeah, I would notice that one. But I'm not too sure. The only other person who's seen that one was Gustav, and maybe Aspen. And that meant something else to me. So I'm though I will be like, because I'm probably looking through, I'm like, that's weird. I think I'm missing a vision.
Oh, which one?
I don't know if you saw it, but it was like a jail window
Oh,
that
right.
was a
The one
little
of Granny
broken.
breaking out of prison. I saw that one.
I don't think you actually did see that
I
one.
did, because that's what made me suspicious
As
when
he
I...
said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what made me suspicious about
Right.
Professor
Okay.
Levi.
Oh.
Maybe you gave it to someone.
Oh, in the intervening period.
Maybe. I mean, I usually don't hand them out or anything. Well, maybe someone knows.
Is Emmy and Ophelia sitting in the lunch area?
Yep.
Can Aspen walk over to them and sit down?
Yep.
Hey,
Okay.
do you remember the last 2 days?
Not really.
Cool, me neither. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna make conversation. This is failing poorly. I apologize. So you having good food?
Yeah. How's the house points going?
Uh, going okay, I think. We're getting there. I will do better. And then if there's Izzy and Tobias around,
Yeah.
we'll get up and walk over to them. Hey, hey Izzy and Tobias. Do you remember anything from the last 2 days?
No, there's been like a nullwork infestation, so
That makes sense. By the way, I was wondering if either of you have seen a vision that Kel's drew. She doesn't seem to have it anymore, so I was just wondering if you've seen it anywhere.
what was it of?
So it was like you're looking out a prison window with the bars, and I think there was like a person walking away from it.
Tobias and Marius kind of look at each other. What kind of person?
I think it looked like a male, maybe. Like an adult.
That's not good. That could be leader of the blood cult.
The leader of the blood cult. Is that Calder's dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Nope. Or that's suspicious that it went missing.
Yeah.
Especially nobody seems to remember. And she has a vision of a male breaking out of prison, and suddenly it's also gone.
Yeah. Well,
Sure Calder didn't take it?
I don't know. I didn't ask him. Did
Well,
it?
he's probably not going to tell you. If there's some plot or plan or future where the blood cult is able to escape prison.
He also doesn't talk much.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to let you know to be on the lookout. See you around. And then she'll walk back to the others.
Well, while Aspen's doing this, since I assume Silent never comes to breakfast anyway.
Yeah.
Even if he was probably woken up for the stuff, I will look around. Is Tim there?
Yep.
All right. So I've been patting my pockets, and I'm just like, I had 3 gold, and now I have 1 gold. Interesting. So I will walk over to Tim and be like, hey, do you remember anything in the last 2 days?
No.
Neither do I.
It's weird since I make a point not to be around people.
Yeah, I have a theory about that. Do you have, like, say, 2 gold more than you usually do on you?
Yes, actually.
Okay. I probably paid you back for the t-shirts, because I was planning on doing that.
Oh. Thanks.
Cool.
So you gave me null words?
Apparently so. Sorry.
Fine. You were trying to do something nice.
Yeah. Also, do you have time to talk after class today?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'll meet you after classes then. Maybe in the library?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Cool. I'll walk back. Looking forward to the conversation a second time.
You're muted.
But this time it'll be on your own initiative.
Well, this is still because Phineas told me to.
I think I told you on Monday.
No, you. Well, oh yeah, you told her because you had talked to Tim. The last thing you remember is talking to Tim. So.
Yeah. So
So
that
you're like the only thing I can think of why I would be just missing 2 gold because I've been
Yeah.
thinking about this constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think Kels has been thinking about this constantly. As a general rule of thumb.
or you come back and then Phineas tells you for the 3rd time, I was talking to Tim. You should do whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Except it's
And then
now
you're
my
like, wait a
memories.
second, I'm missing 2 gold.
I'm missing 2 gold again. Oh, that must have happened. Well, we're all alive, so that's good.
You know what we should do? We should take notes. Because if we're forgetting things, then being able to read our notes will just tell us what we've forgotten. This is a perfect plan.
Yeah, I mean, and journaling can be helpful. I mean, I'm already taking notes for when Phineas forgets things, so
This is homework outside of our usual homework.
Well, Kels, what notes do you have about me forgetting things for the past couple of days? Clearly, I would have, if I was succumbing to some disease, there probably would have been things.
I think the last entry would be from the field trip. Is that correct then?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, well, it's just from the field trip.
Oh, it must have come on suddenly then. I don't really know how it works.
There'll be an announcement at breakfast, the headmaster of, what's going on. Hey, obviously you are well aware now that we had a null wart infestation. Seems to be dated back the past 2 days, so this class 1 day will be redoing the first day 1 class day, so Monday is day 1. So it won't be held against you if you weren't able to do your homework or whatever, because we're redoing it anyway. And if you've already done your homework and you have the copies on you, great. But if you don't, you'll have time now to make that up.
We get to hear the most boring lecture again. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, surely any papers that we handed in would have been stored in a teacher's desk or something.
Yeah.
I'll go back to my
really
room and get
remember-
all the papers that I've gotten back for the past week or so, just in case it comes up.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those we don't remember what we were taught, so they're just like,
True.
Yeah, so they reteach it. Cool. So, luckily they don't play Stump the Chump with you because they don't know. Like, oh, if you read your homework the night before, you might not have remembered it. So, he will just lecture. Physical education.
Professor Harding,
Yes, Phineas.
I'm curious about physical education in general. Does dance play a role?
In physical education, no, it's not really part of the class.
Oh, I was just thinking that I discovered that I quite enjoy dancing. And it does seem to be good exercise.
Yeah, it's great exercise. Good cardio.
I wonder if it would be possible to have some sort of formal instruction.
Sounds more for a club.
Hmm. Well, there might be people who are in need of physical exertion who maybe don't want to participate in competitive things, but who might be attracted to something like a dancing club. A way to ensure that beyond the minimum amount of physical exertion is achieved in the average student's life.
Well, maybe one of the Spaderis teachers will sponsor a club.
I will ask. Thank you.
Oh, Professor Harding, I found this dispelling rag in my bags.
Oh, did you accidentally take it with you?
I don't remember.
Right. Okay. And he'll, yeah. This is all right. And he's like, oh wait, you can hold on to it. It's fine. It'll probably wear off in a bit anyway.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I wonder what would happen if I rubbed my head with it.
I look at the rag and it's covered in like long black hairs and I'm just like, I don't know, Phineas. Maybe you'll forget a whole 2 days. I shove it into the bag.
Or maybe whatever forgetting curse that I'm normally under would be suppressed.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Are we sure that that's your natural hair color? Maybe your gran made you look like when you joined your gran, perhaps she made her ideal grandson.
I'm sure anything's possible.
Can you transfigure hair?
Yes. Except you can't transfigure Granny's hair. That's for certain. I mean, she probably can. I just can't imagine anyone else would be able to do it. She's very good at being who and where she wants to be. I'm not sure how much of that's glamour and how much of it's transfiguration. It's very difficult to tell, I can tell you that much. But yes, her hair is quite durable. Inherently magical. Well, this is inconvenient. It's going to throw all of our schedules off, isn't it?
Well, no, they'll just redo the next 2 days and half the class will probably be fine because they already did it. And the rest of us will just learn as we did. I'm sure the school has usual makeup days for weather. In this case, the weather is no work.
If we got to make up 2 days, then that means the entire weekend is gone.
No. It's like they added on to break time or whatever. Like they have an allowance in the school year. Or like we expect that something will delay our schedules by a little bit, so teachers just need to adjust their lesson plans.
Yeah, like in the NIMP world, it's snow days or hurricane days if you live in Florida.
Yes. Well, I'm not worried about it. I'm going to have all break to study.
And if they took the weekend, if they took the weekend away, then I'd have conflict with detentional duty and classes, and they wouldn't do that.
Well, that's a good thing. You went through 2 days of detention. You've already done that, so I don't think they'll make you do it again just because you don't remember it.
Probably not.
I don't
Unless
know.
the point is make sure that you remember all your detention.
I don't know.
But presumably past you already did it, so it's only how many more months, Aspen?
I don't know.
Till the end of the semester.
Like 3?
It's like 2 more months. 2.5,
more
yes.
months?
When is our next break?
There's usually a fall break, I think, right? And then it's winter break? Like a short fall break and a longer winter break.
All right.
Yeah, they have to account for NIP culture.
So
Then I will have
Thanksgiving.
plenty of time to get caught up. And maybe even a bit ahead.
That's the spirit.
I should check with Professor Levi.
Yeah, maybe.
I may have
Maybe-
inadvertently revealed some information that I wasn't supposed to.
Well, in the area we've forgot some things. You mean?
No. On Sunday, after the dance, as we were helping to clean up. Oh, that's right. You don't remember anything. So after the dance, we were helping to clean up, and I discovered Calder and I discovered some drops of blood, and I was speaking to a professor about it, and somehow I wound up mentioning the fact that we had a close run-in with a werewolf, and then I afterward realized that perhaps I shouldn't have said anything about that because I only knew some of that from talking to Professor Levi, and I wasn't clear if that was meant to be public knowledge. So I should probably apologize about that, and also to check in and make sure he's okay.
There was blood at the dance. Do you know
Yes.
who was hurt?
No, it was human. That's all I know.
I hope they're all right. I mean, I suppose it's been 2 days now, so if they were stabbed and were bleeding out, then they're already dead.
It wasn't much blood. The teachers would have already looked into it.
Unless that
I
person
remember.
was a visitor and then they died and now no one can remember they were here.
No, everyone remembers the dance except Gustav, apparently.
Oh, that's right.
It was a visitor. Rest in peace, Iris.
That is not true. That's fine. Everything's fine.
I think we would probably know if a celebrity had died. One would think. So, I should go check in with Professor Levi, though. I'm sure he's worried to make sure that I'm all right.
Cool. So you go to Professor Levi alone?
Sure, why not?
Great. Come in.
Professor Levi.
Phineas. Assume you have also suffered from the memory issues.
Yes.
I figured since I have.
Oh, you as well? That's unfortunate. Well, then who knows if I've already had this conversation with you, right? But I wanted to let you know that I was having a conversation with a professor after I found some human blood on the dance floor at the dance. Somehow the conversation got around to my werewolf-related concerns, and I shared a bit of information about our near run-in with a werewolf. And I think I may have vaguely mentioned that I discussed it with you. And then afterward, I realized that perhaps that was information that was shared in confidence. So I wanted to apologize if I accidentally revealed any confidence.
Yeah, not so much the you being out past curfew or anything, but maybe mentioning you think there was a supernatural being there.
No, we weren't out past curfew, I don't think. Or were we? I don't know. We
By
had been knocked
mistake,
unconscious.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So, anyway, apologies if it was not my intent to reveal any information. I was simply trying to convince the teacher in question that there might be reason to take it more seriously and not simply assume that someone had cut themselves or had a nosebleed.
Right. How much blood was there?
Oh, just a few drops.
No. Okay.
But it was definitely human, so...
Otherwise, how was the dance?
Oh,
I
quite
don't
good.
think I've seen you, or at least I don't remember speaking to you since.
Who knows? Quite good. No, I discovered that I actually enjoy dancing. And we danced with, Calder and I danced quite a bit. And, I mean, not together, but, danced. And then we danced with Coda, the one with the dog. Seems very friendly, has a very complicated relationship with his brother, which I very much respect. It'd be nice to be friends with him, but I wouldn't want to get in the way of that. And then on Sunday, we ran into Tim, who is a beautiful pianist, by the way. And he was playing something lovely, a waltz, and I was teaching Calder to waltz. And that's the last thing I remember until this morning.
That's interesting.
What?
Oh, just Tim usually doesn't. He usually keeps to himself more.
Yes, well, I had spoken to him during the, when we were helping to clean up after the dance, and he seemed, well, he didn't immediately shut down conversation. So I thought I would risk it and ask him to continue playing, and he seemed willing.
Good. He hasn't been rude to you or mean to you or anything, right?
Oh, I wouldn't know, would I? I don't think so.
Well, of what you remember.
No, he was perfectly pleasant.
Good. And no one else, have you been having trouble with anyone else?
Well, the spirit that possessed him was most rude.
Right.
But that wasn't remotely his fault. But nothing new, right? I mean, of course, it's a school and children will be poorly behaved, but mostly they leave me alone.
Like who?
Poorly behaved children. Well, most of them, I'm afraid. At least by my standards, which, as I'm sure you know, my standards are not very well informed. I do think Gustav is sometimes a target of, because he's very small. And perhaps people who are bullies realize that he is destined to become a Giga Chad, and are already feeling insecure about it.
Well, he's not the most well-behaved either.
Isn't he?
Wouldn't say so.
He seems fairly well behaved to me.
I think I've seen him eavesdropping a few times.
Oh, really?
Getting into places he shouldn't be.
Oh, really? Well, he's quite small. I know that he was once in a locker that he probably wasn't supposed to be in. But that was someone else's fault. So, no, I mean, I don't feel... I don't know.
The house point system is also keeps track somewhat. Two of your little friends have negative house points, right?
I think just the one.
Not according to the records. Maybe they don't remember because of
Oh, something must have happened. Well, who has negative house points in addition to Aspen now?
the little one. Good stuff.
Oh, something must have gone wrong. My house points aren't negative now, are they? Well, you would have said so.
Of course not.
Okay, good.
I think you know better to be well behaved.
I certainly try to be. Except when it's necessary to break rules to save people's lives because the adults don't pay attention when there's an obvious threat. But so far, I mean, I don't think you were there. No, you weren't. So, and I don't even think I told you. So we had a bit of a conversation with the superintendent after the whole blood cult, possession, murder situation. It was clear that he was attempting to cow us into submission and to make sure that the lesson hit home. And I found that somewhat patronizing, so we had a bit of a brisk conversation. I think I got my point across, and I did so in a respectful way. I think that in general, the adults here are taking, well, you would know better than I, but my feeling is that the adults are perhaps taking threats a bit more seriously than they have the past 2 times someone has attempted to murder us. But I suppose the proof is really when the next time happens.
Oh, luckily we've taken certain measures.
Oh, really? Like what?
Yeah. Well, they're the ones you told me to put into place, and then the school has put into place a better communication system and
Good.
policies.
Good. Well, no, I don't think Granny would come here to kill people. At least not as a primary motive.
And why's that?
Well,
What do you think she would be here for?
Well, I think she would mostly, I don't really know, but I think she would mostly be checking to see if this was a suitable place.
And if she didn't find it suitable?
I think she would take care of it.
And what do you mean by take care of it?
Well, I think she would do whatever she felt was necessary.
Very vague. And would you support her in that?
Well, I don't think I would be able to stop her.
Not what I asked.
I think one of the things that I've learned, because I struggled with it at first, but I have been speaking to my counselor, and it's a shame that she's going to be retiring. I do hope they find a replacement soon. But in conversation with my counselor and you and other adults and my friends, I think I've come to realize that although children of my age, I suppose, do seem to be susceptible to certain very negative behaviors, it's usually understandable if you try to look into why. Like, Tim was very, very brusque at first, but it was very easy for me to understand that it was because he felt isolated and alone and put upon by something beyond his control, which is why I wanted to be his friend.
Yes, of course.
And likewise, Calder has many things on his shoulders, none of which are his responsibility. What I have found difficult is having that same sort of consideration for people who want to take advantage of what they perceive as weakness in others and just to make themselves feel better. But I'm sure that there's something there. I think they probably don't think that they're bad.
Oh, that's natural in humans.
It's true. I don't know why everyone can't just be what they are.
Yeah, it's in their nature to be violent and selfish.
It's true. But on the whole, I think people are just trying to live their lives in the midst of not really understanding their surrounding. And it's just a difference between the ones who disguise their fear in bravado and overcompensation and those who are at least willing to try to help others out.
It's a very roundabout way to not answer the question.
Oh, I was trying. I'm not quite sure I understand it.
No, I
Sharing
was just
what I've
asking.
learned.
About if your grandmother were to come here,
Mm-hmm.
would you be with her or against her?
Assuming I had a choice.
And why wouldn't you have a choice?
Well, Granny's very good at getting her way, isn't she?
Sure, but let's say you did have a choice.
Did have a choice. Well. I think it would depend. I think if she were to come and say, now, you people need to act right and take things seriously, and be more concerned about protecting students, particularly those who are obviously at risk, like Calder, and take a greater sense of ownership and not be so prone to say, oh, well, I'm new here, or oh, I'm just a person, but really like take into yourself the accountability of the lives and well-beings of all the children here. I think I would be well behind that. I think if she were to come in and say, this whole place needs to be burned down, I don't think I would like that. Certainly not if anyone would end up being hurt. Now, if she were to come and say, well, I've forgotten it already. The school. Oh, the school she told me about. The house, I mean. Serpentis. Yes. She would come and say, and Serpentis is hereby reopened. I'd be very excited about that. I'm sure there are many mysteries that it contains. She seemed to remember it quite fondly.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What about all this blood cult stuff you've been getting mixed up in?
Well, so far, I don't think that our first potion master was a member of the blood cult. I think he simply wanted to unfairly punish Calder for things beyond his control. So I don't think that really involved the blood cult. And the second thing was a spirit who was a member of the blood cult who also wanted to attack Calder. But I don't think that involved the blood cult either directly. So I wouldn't say that we're involved at all. Certainly Calder isn't. Calder is simply the victim of people's prejudice.
And how do you feel about blood magic?
Well, I don't really understand it. I think the only strong opinion I have is that it seems like we think Rudy might be under some sort of blood magic related curse. And it seems a shame that someone doesn't have the authority to say, all right, we can make an exception if blood magic is the only thing that can relieve his suffering and remove that curse. It seems that there ought to be someone who has the ability to do that.
Well, most don't study it, so it would be rather difficult.
Well, I even proposed that there were, blood cult members in prison, that maybe they could be given some sort of softer bed or something in exchange for removing the curse. But I don't think that anyone would take that seriously.
If that was the case, why didn't they do it before?
I don't know. Well, maybe
Parents were members.
Maybe they weren't incentivized to do so because they weren't in prison. I don't know. It just seems a shame that there's nothing we can do to help Rudy. Which reminds me, and again, another conversation we might have had. Have you had a chance to reach out to any of your contacts about the magical lenses that might enable Tim to see Wolf?
I'm still not exactly sure what happened during that hazy period.
Yeah, I don't know if we've talked about it.
Not sure.
Well, check and see. You don't happen to have any laying around?
No.
Okay, well then, we'll assume it's still in progress.
Yeah. But be careful about curses. Sometimes there's a reason they were put in place. And
well, that's what they keep telling me. But when you're clearly under a curse, it doesn't necessarily always feel. It's hard to see that perspective sometime. And I'm sure it's hard to see that perspective from where Rudy sits. Because his curse is quite dramatic. Mine's just one I wouldn't even notice. Probably. It involves taking naps in museums.
Your class is about to
Oh, yes.
start, so
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're. I'm not glad that you were affected, but I'm glad that you're well.
same to you, Phineas.
Hey, over lunch is silent around.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Can Aspen have gone to because the next class is charms, right?
After lunch, yeah.
Can Aspen go there early to talk with Professor Hart?
Yep.
So she'll knock on the door.
Come on in, Aspen. And see through the window.
Hi. So Kels has these visions, right? And she draws them, right? One of her visions has gone missing, and I was talking with Tobias and Izzy, and Marius was there about it to see if they've seen it anywhere or something, because what happened when the other one went missing type deal. And they thought that maybe this one could mean that there's something going on with the blood cult, because it was of a prison cell with a guy walking away from it. So they thought that maybe it was the leader of the blood cult had broken out of prison and stuff like that. So
I see. Well, that's not good. Probably more something for Professor Levi, Miss Mesmer. But I can bring it up. It's tough because so many students and faculty have lost quite a bit of time the past couple days, so possible this has either been brought up before, or you don't know what happened to the vision, obviously, because it's, I assume, lost within that time period.
probably. I don't remember. I just wanted to let a professor know.
Okay, well, I'll be on the lookout. Fortunately, not too much I can do about that at my level.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry. And then Aspen will take her seat.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing too crazy happens in I mean, you guys are learning the same thing you already learned. Again.
I'm really hoping like muscle memory just makes it better.
Yeah. After class, you guys have delinquent detail that only one of you remembers.
Does someone tell Gustav at some point?
They probably will once they go to do the delinquent detail and they're like, oh, this person that's supposed to be on it is missing, and probably don't remember that they have it.
That'll happen right as I'm informing Gustav that Professor Levi told me that he lost house points for some reason.
What?
I don't know. Professor Levi just was noticing that of our friend group, your house points had gone down. So something must have happened.
But that's unfair. That's mean.
Okay, but you did something.
But I didn't do anything.
Well, you don't remember doing anything. This is how memory loss works.
But I'm just being punished for something that
You don't remember doing, but you definitely did do it when you could remember things.
this feels awful.
Yes.
It does kind of suck. You should probably ask what you did so you'll remember not to do it. Someone's bound to know.
Professor Victus will come up to you. Gustav, you are on delinquent detail.
Oh,
You probably don't remember why, but you hexed a student off their broom in the middle of flying club.
oh, who was it?
Drakenor Emmy.
Emmy.
That doesn't sound like you at all.
I was fighting with Emmy. She
I wasn't there. This is just from Coach Harding's notes of the event that landed you in delinquent detail.
I'll go right there, Professor.
You should talk to Coach Harding or Emmy to find out what happened, because that doesn't sound like you at all. Something else must have gone on.
I'm not too sure if he remembers the last couple days either.
Oh. Yes.
You probably have to ask somebody else on Flying Club that we don't usually interact with.
Who knows? I just can't imagine Gustav attacking Emmy for no reason.
Yeah, that is weird. Anyway, I gotta go do something in the library. I'll be back.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll just be there to study. So I meet with Tim after class, and we go to the library, and we go to the thing, and the conversation itself happens pretty much as it was before.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, I didn't know ghosts cared. And he's like, yeah, they do. And so do the other kids. Yeah, it goes about as well, but he doesn't ask to look at your vision book this time.
Okay. And okay, so then there's probably no vision trigger other than standard stress.
Yeah, sure. Give me a grit roll.
5.
Great, brain roll.
Yeah, I'm just going to use a major boon. I think we want to know something. Surely it will be helpful, not just astronauts.
It's the same vision again.
Roll. That'd be funny.
Well, no, it's just astronauts. I got a 6. But it's better than the 1 that the first roll was, so...
Yeah. All right, let's... There we go.
Useless. Cool.
Yep.
It's an astronaut walking around in tiny astronaut walking around large vegetation. I'd say something like that.
Yep.
Cool. I'll just sigh and shove it in the book.
Fair enough.
Cool. And then Tim leaves, and I feel sad, but it's time to study because I'm in the library. I guess, though, at this point, when I'm done studying, I'll just go to dinner.
Okay. What were you guys doing in that period?
Oh, probably flying.
Okay, so you went to flying club.
Or just flying.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do when there's nothing else going on.
Okay, Gustav Aspen, you're on delinquent detail. It'll be nothing crazy. You'll just be probably helping like clean up the kitchens or something. And Phineas, you said you're just flying. You're not going to like dueling club, flying club.
I don't think so. I think that Professor Levi's questions about what I would do are probably in my head. So I think I'm just in an appropriate area, but floating up high.
Okay, where's Calder?
I would have asked him if he wanted to come with, but I would have encouraged him to seek out who was it? Jojo and
Riff.
Joel.
the music, the Joe and the music
Joel,
thing.
Red. Yeah. Okay.
So I would have, if I could have, escorted him to the music room and seen that they were there and encouraged him to do that. And then if he did that, I would then go flying.
Cool. All right, so you guys go to dinner?
Yeah.
Kells. I wanted to thank you for going to the dance with me.
Oh, yeah. It was no problem.
So thank you. When I first came to this school, I was very worried that I wouldn't have any friends. And then at the summer camp, we met, and you've been very kind to me. And now we've met Aspen and Phineas and 2K. And Silent, although I haven't seen him.
Yeah,
Well, I haven't seen
dinner.
Nope.
Huh.
It's only been a couple of hours since I've seen him, really, because, well, I presume I would have slept after the dance.
He's not in your house.
It's in my house.
Right, but I saw him at the dance, and then I
Oh, but like you're like, oh, I don't remember the past 2 days. So for me, seeing him feels recent. Yeah.
Was he at class?
Yeah, he was in classes.
Okay.
Last I remember talking to him, he was very happy
Well,
because
that's-
Iris is coming to school.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. Yeah. Wait, hold on. When did that conversation happen?
I think maybe
Was that Sunday? Yeah, it had to be Sunday because it wasn't these things.
Okay.
It was Sunday afternoon or evening or something.
Yeah,
Sure.
it was.
Okay. All right. Yeah, she is. It's great. So actually, I had a couple more visions. Like this one definitely happened when I couldn't remember anything. And this one happened just today, and it's probably nothing. He's probably fine. But maybe it helps with the memory thing. It's probably not related. These astronaut things.
it's actually a lovely picture.
I know.
Looks like it'd be a fun place to be.
It's kind of unsettling, actually, but
Is it? I mean, the ones where there's like obvious being attacked by a monster and not being able to breathe, but this looks lovely.
like leaving a garden or something. I don't know, but maybe he knows something about the memory situation?
Sai?
Yeah.
You think Sai is the astronaut?
Well, he's a film star, isn't he? He
Yeah.
must go to all kinds of countries and get immunized against everything. Maybe he remembers.
Well, it didn't affect everybody, and if we hadn't talked to him in those 2 days, he probably wasn't affected.
Why wouldn't we talk to him?
We were busy.
Who knows?
He hasn't sat at our table for a bit.
Yeah. Gustav was clearly busy
Well, since Iris was there.
Yeah, since
since
he
last
hasn't
Friday.
sat with us and since
So you have reason that would stay away from him.
yeah.
So Gustav was clearly busy being up to no good, losing house points.
I don't know what Emmy did to me, but
I can't imagine Emmy would have done anything to you. I think it must have been an accident.
I didn't do anything to Emmy. I know I wouldn't have because
That's what I mean.
she's a friend.
It must have been an accident.
As when you talked with them earlier, do they remember anything from the last 2 days?
No, neither Emmy nor Ophelia remember anything from the last 2 days.
All right, well, maybe you talked with them, maybe you didn't. She probably doesn't remember what happened. If that makes you feel better.
I'm being punished for something that didn't happen.
It did happen.
But I don't remember it and she doesn't remember it. So...
And it still happens. A tree falls in the wood. Does anyone hear the sound? No, but you still get in trouble for it.
It's also water under a bridge. Just flowing by passively. Also, Izzy and them, like Izzy, Tobias, and Marius, and that kind of group that hangs out together, don't remember anything of the past 2 days either.
Maybe you were talking with them?
Maybe. I mean, I have been trying to get back in Izzy's good books type deal after I was super mean to her that other day. So, just being nice and friendly and whatnot. Grow that friendship circle.
Yeah, you should probably focus on friend stuff.
Okay.
Hey, have you talked with Casey since the dance?
I don't think so.
I mean, if he doesn't remember, you probably did.
Okay. Is Casey in the lunchroom? Dinner room? Okay.
Yes.
Aspen will go over to him. Be like, yo, you remember anything from the last 2 days?
No.
Cool. So Kels wants me to talk to you, and I don't know why, but like, you're doing good?
Yep.
Cool. Well, I hope if we did talk during the 2 days, it wasn't super awkward. I'm super awkward.
Yeah, odds probably aren't in your favor on that one.
Cool. So, did you like the dance?
Yeah, it was fun.
Cool. Bye now. Walk back to the group. So, Casey doesn't remember anything either.
Cool, well, hopefully you had a good talk. It looked fine from over here, she says, having rolled a 1 on her charm.
Acting
Stuck
kind
in
of
his time.
awkward. Don't know why.
Well,
Are you?
we're all a little awkward.
I don't know. Are you dating Casey now, Aspen?
I don't know.
Or do you want to be?
You were dancing together at the dance.
But that doesn't mean you're dating.
Well, but you went together to a dance
I'll go back and ask.
as a couple. You should find out, because maybe you made some sort of commitment to each other during the past 2 days, and neither of you remembers it, and you should get that worked out.
It's very smart. Thank you. Aspen will go back to Casey.
Hello again.
Hi. So I was just wondering, are we like a thing? Like, are we dating? No.
Why would we be dating?
Because
I wasn't even your first choice for the dance.
How did you know about that?
It was Emmy, right?
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Does it matter?
A little bit.
Well, it's fine. It's whatever, but I don't like being second, so no, we're not dating.
Okay. Cool. See you around.
Yep.
Bye. And Aspen will go back.
Well, that looked a little less than cheery. I don't think they're dating. Aspen, how'd it go?
It's okay. We're not dating. No, it's
I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah.
Oh.
Just being friend zoned. It's fine. It's cool.
Well, did you want to be dating him?
I don't know.
Well, it's probably a distraction you don't need anyway.
True. Need to work on getting positive house points first.
Yes.
Otherwise, Harvey may kick me out.
I have roughly 3 conversations worth of experience having anything to do with relationships. And my limited conclusion that I've drawn is that they are complicated and time-consuming and confusing.
Yeah.
But the good news is, at least in that one case, everything seemed to work out fine. So maybe there's an upside.
What one case?
The one relationship I'm aware of. Unless, well, who knows what might have happened in the past 2 days.
You don't think that Emmy might have tried to kiss me? And then I took out my wand and blew her away because consent is important.
I
don't think so, Gustav.
I think the inciting incident is very unlikely, and I think your reaction would probably not have been to blast her with a magic spell.
Right.
I think that's you trying to make someone else to blame for whatever it was that you did. Understood that it's frustrating to be held accountable for something you can't remember. But at least you're not in delinquent duty for the remainder of the semester.
Just the entire week missing, clubs and stuff.
You might speak to Emmy though, because it's probably best if you have a chance to talk to her as opposed to her finding out from someone else and wondering if you can remember. Because something happened. It doesn't ever hurt to apologize.
I mean, just find
I'm
someone
not
else.
apologizing when I didn't do anything wrong.
You did do something wrong. You just don't remember. Find out what happened by asking someone who was at Flying Club that you wouldn't normally talk to. And then they probably remember, unless they caught the thing, and then they'll let you know what happened.
Is Jace in the hall? Jace.
Oh, yeah. JJ. Jace.
I shall go over to JJ. JJ, do you have a moment?
Yeah, what's up, Gustav?
We're in Flying Club together.
Yeah.
I know because we fly together. And I just wanted to ask you whether you remember the last 2 days.
Yeah. One of the few teams, especially our year for some reason, but I guess it's because I think it probably started with the first years.
Right. You're really lucky. Would you mind telling me what happened at last Flying Club? Apparently there was a fight. I don't remember
Not
anything.
really. You fell off your broom and then blasted Emmy off hers, and then Harvey dragged you away.
Why did I blast Emmy?
I don't know.
Oh. Thank
You
you.
feeling okay though? You look like you hit pretty hard, or at least Phineas, I think, like put up something to break your fall, but then you hit that. So maybe not as hard as you could have, but still pretty hard.
I did have some bruises this morning, but I didn't think they were from falling off my broom. I mean, I'm not that great at flying, but oh, thank you for telling me.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to look.
Wait, are you dating Kels?
I don't think so. I don't remember anything for the last 2 days.
Oh,
Mate,
I was just curious. You guys went to the dance together and hang out a lot, and
oh, the dance
kind
was
of
dressed.
the rumor going around.
The dance was dressed as friends. I'm afraid.
Oh, okay.
I am going to look across at Kels's winsome face and then trudge over to Emmy.
Okay.
Emmy,
Hey.
I don't remember anything from the last 2 days since the dance, really.
Yeah, me neither.
But apparently we had a problem in Flying Club.
Did we?
That's what I'm told. And I wanted you to know that I respect you and that I like you and that I think your art is great and that we can be
I said art.
Oh,
we can be
I saw their faces and they were like, "Did you just?" Nah, art.
got it.
I want you to know that I think a lot of you and that we should stay friends.
What happened in Flying Club?
I don't know, but I'm in detention. I'm in the after school delinquency, whatever it's called.
It's like we got in a fight or something?
I think so.
Oh.
But apparently you're not, so well done.
Give me a charm roll.
Five.
Okay.
And I shall beat a retreat back towards the safety of Phineas looking at people.
Yep.
Well, what's the news?
Apparently, I fell off my broom and just lashed out in a burst of rage and blasted Emmy clear from the sky.
That doesn't seem like it was a very smart idea. There's a lot of people in Flying Club. Like, a lot. I'm surprised you only got a week worth of delinquent duty.
I maybe I was hexed or something. You know, like when you were on your broom and it started mucking about and you crashed into the wall and somebody was trying to kill you. Maybe someone put some sort of temper spell on me.
Maybe.
Do you now have like -1,000,000 house points now?
I lost 20 house points for that.
He's at
So-
-15 right now.
I'm not that bad, but it'll take me a couple of weeks to regain my points, maybe. And I can't do anything to regain points while I'm still in delinquent duty, can I? Because, well, I'm stuck scrubbing pots rather than helping people.
Yeah, well, I mean, if your Saturday morning is free, you'd be able to help out with like Creature Club and stuff like that. If
Right.
not this week, next week.
My mum always says you've got to show willing, and then she says my dad didn't, and then they sort of starts grumbling. But Creature Club is a good idea. Thank you, Kells.
Yeah. Hey, Phineas, could you check on Sai just to make sure he's fine? See if he lost his memory? See if maybe a couple of these ring any bells? I'll give him the most two recent
We show them
visions.
to him? Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. And the rest of us get to study. Congratulations. I've tricked you into doing homework. It's probably homework we already did, and I'm just doing it again just to make sure. This is very exciting.
You don't tell anyone that you have it all completed in your notebook.
Yeah.
You knock on his door. It's like, what's up?
Hello.
Door's locked.
Hello.
What's up?
Do you have a second?
Yeah, what's up?
Not through a door, though.
Give me a sec.
Sure.
There's some shuffling.
I'm afraid Poe is an incorrigible snoop. Probably flies out my window to go see what's on the inside.
Okay.
He doesn't have to tell me, but the audience obviously needs to see.
Gotcha. He's shoving some stuff into a bag real quick. Some like little potion vials and things that are empty. Quickly like throwing them into a bin and everything, and then opens the doors. What's up?
Oh, we wanted to check and see if you're all right. A lot of people lost their memories.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Did you lose your memories?
Yep, don't remember anything past however long. Super hazy.
Well, you do remember the dance, though, right?
Do you?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you remember the day after the dance?
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Something's up. But you're still happy, right?
Yeah.
And Iris is still coming to school here.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I just wanted to check and make sure you're all right. Also, Kells has had a few visions that have revolved around an astronaut, and we thought that, given your interest in space, they might be references to you. Nothing.
Yeah, like the mermaid one?
Yeah, but this is new ones.
Oh.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
did you take them with you?
Yeah.
Oh,
The two most recent new ones. I don't.
gotcha.
None of
like-
the other ones. There's so many.
Oh. Cool. That one's really cool.
The one with the garden or the alien landscape. I know, it looks
Yeah.
very interesting. Kels said she thought it looked a little bit sinister, but I think it looks lovely. But then again, I'm not really a
What's
judge.
sinister about it?
I don't know. I think maybe because it's giant alien, potentially threatening flora, but looks quite homey to me.
Yeah, same.
Anyway, I said I would show them to you just in case it's some sort of insight that would be helpful to you. But mostly just wanted to check and make sure you're all right and that nothing had gone wrong in the past
I mean,
couple
it's a
of days.
weird shaped spaceship.
It looks very much like a pill.
A what?
A pill. It's a thing that you're like a pastille. A way of consuming medication.
Like NIMP medication?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we have them here too, right?
Pill? No.
Oh. I thought maybe I saw something similar in Dr. Tetsuya's office, but perhaps not. Or a lozenge. Or I might have been thinking about some of Mojo's candy that has a magical effect, but that wouldn't have been curative. Anyway, I'm sure it's possible to place an enchantment upon something that someone puts in their mouth.
In the magical world, nothing is pill shaped. If anything, it's like most stuff is like potions or something that will dissolve on your tongue,
Yeah.
or if it is like a pill, it's more just like a small spear.
Yeah. So, but it was explained to me that it was a common shape of nymph medication.
Oh, weird.
I
So
know.
maybe space is healing.
Maybe. Quite possibly. I don't know. They're not banana related. That's all I know about these visions.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen or know of anyone finding another one of Kel's visions, would you?
No.
Because one of them is missing.
Oh,
And Kel's has had her
like a
visions.
spaceman one?
No, I don't think so. As you know, Kel's has had her visions told him before, but this is just one. It wasn't the entire book. If, as I recall, it was a vision of from the inside of a stone cell with the bars on the windows broken and a figure walking off into the sunset. I obviously interpreted that immediately as a warning that Granny was going to escape, but I don't think anyone took that seriously.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
What would happen if she escaped?
Oh, who knows? If she decided to come here, all sorts of chaos. She knows her way around the school rather well, having attended previously.
Bummer.
No. But anyway, probably nothing to worry about. I believe Dr. Levi told me that he'd put up precautions in case that happened. So maybe it means something else. But it's just curious that it's missing. Perhaps Kel's got rid of it during the 2 days we can't remember or something. Gave it to someone. Who knows? But it was just curious if there was anything in the rumor mill about it being found. All right, but you're doing well.
Yeah.
I would like to spend an adversity token.
Okay, yeah. He's definitely off. Like something a little just different. And he is definitely being sketchy. Like, especially with the stuff of like, you don't remember the past 2 days, do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you don't have to tell me anything.
You also notice his eyes are a little more dilated than usual.
Well, you don't have to tell me anything, but I hope you realize that I'm a good person to talk to sometimes. And that I can keep a confidence.
Yep.
So if you decide you want to talk about something, I'm literally right next door.
Sounds great.
All right. Be well.
Will do.
And then back to the group.
Oh, speaking of Mateo, I had the same awkward conversation about the potions room, assuming he doesn't remember.
Right, yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
he does.
when we're studying the library, the same awkward conversation about leaving everyone behind and feeling bad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will arrive just in time to repeat the no, protecting Kaldor was the right thing to do.
And it's like, I'm not sorry about protecting Kaldor. I'm sorry that I left you guys behind, kind of thing.
Understood. I do feel like, however, it did take a very long time for anyone to come and rescue us, which I was very surprised by. It's almost like someone just sat there and made up a bunch of stories about herds of unicorns and then completely failed to mention the fact that we were dying 50 feet away for like an hour.
Well, it's almost like someone goes to the doctor and there's an emergency situation and proceeds with pleasantries to start with.
Yeah.
it could almost be the same thing. Listen, it's hard to make decisions under high pressure situations.
To the point where now every time he goes to see the doctor, he prefaces with, "Is this an emergency?"
Yes.
Exactly.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Of course not.
But I faced off against the blood mage all by myself.
You were clearly
fought
concussed.
Yes. We had a long, hard-fought battle. In the end, I was defeated.
Yes.
Very sad. I still lost house points, though.
Well, it's a good thing that you were able to hold out and not tell the blood mage where Kels and Calder went.
I mean, also, I didn't tell her where we went. Because that seemed like the safer option, probably.
Probably.
Cool. So you guys...
And I'll report that site seems fine if a bit distracted.
Okay. And then I take those visions back from my vision book.
And I did ask if he had heard any rumors of your missing vision, and he hadn't.
Well, that's probably fine.
Maybe you gave it to someone.
If anybody, it'd probably be Professor Levi, right?
And he wouldn't remember, would he?
No, but we could ask him to check.
I think I did mention it.
No, you didn't mention that.
I thought I
think the
mentioned
only...
that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you talked about a lot of things, but I don't think that was one of them.
Yeah.
The next time I see him, I'll ask him to keep his eyes out.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Do you guys do anything else for the night?
I'd like to talk with Emmy.
Okay.
Probably knock on her door.
Okay. Hey, Aspen.
Hey, I was wondering if you wanted to go on a little walk with me after delinquent duty on Saturday.
Give me a charm roll.
It's a 5. No, it's a 6 plus the 6 plus 1 for charm.
Plus the minus because you have negative house points.
Plus the minus.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
like I'm busy. Sorry. This Saturday.
Okay. Cool.
But good luck with your detail.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll do my best. And she'll go away.
Cool. Anybody else do anything? Gustav, did you want to check on anything?
Professor Ames doesn't live in the school grounds, so he's not available. So I think I'm just gonna go to bed.
I was more talking if you wanted to check in with Sammy because you owed a dossier, but you don't remember turning it in.
I'm fine. If Sammy has a problem with me, Sammy is more than capable of finding out where I am.
Yes.
Definitely. Okay. Cool. So next morning, Phineas, give me a D20 roll.
$14.
Okay. When you leave in the morning, you see Mateo outside Sai's door. Catch him just as he's door closes and he's walking away.
Mateo,
Oh, hey Phineas.
how are you?
Good. How are you? I mean, I don't remember much
Right.
past couple days, but yeah.
Yeah. Me either. Is there a way to recover memories?
Depends on the cause. Like, if the memory is removed, no. If it's just like, oh, I had a dream last night that I kind of remember, kind of don't, yes.
Does the thing that we all apparently had, does that remove the memories or does it suppress them?
Good question. I think it feeds on them. I'm not sure.
Might be worth knowing if it could be an opportunity to see if there's a way of getting back the memories. And also because this is, I mean, I'm sure this is very distressing to everyone. I'm perhaps a little bit more used to losing time just because it happens so frequently. But it does occur to me that maybe there might be a treatment of some sort. I would be
I
interested
feel like
in
if there
that.
was, they might have, or at least some of the teachers would have taken it, right?
Probably. Maybe. You never know. It doesn't always make sense to me what teachers do and don't do. Also, is Sai okay?
Yeah, it seems fine.
Good. I will spend an adversity token.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah. Seems fine to me. He might be a little bit like he's not going into detail.
Does he seem to be up to something that he shouldn't be up to?
By school faculty standards, yes.
All right. I will give him the look.
What? What?
It's fine.
What do you mean? I'm not into Psy.
Well, that would be none of my business. However, if you don't want to tell me, that's all right. If you need to talk to anyone or if you need help, you can come to me. I can keep a confidence.
What are you implying?
I'm implying that you're up to something.
No.
No, I'm not. I promise. It's fine. It's fine. I won't mention it if
see you.
you.
Bye.
I won't mention it if you don't want me to. I just.
Yep.
And then as he walks, he probably looks back, and Poe and I are both just like eyes synchronized, watching him go. Just a friendly wave.
Cool. Breakfast.
Can Aspen be waiting outside the Lupersal common area for Mojo?
Yep. He sees you. He's like, oh, hey. What's up?
Hey, did you tell Casey that I like Emmy?
Why? You like Emmy?
Cool.
That would be a shame for him to find out. If he was your backup plan.
Well, he already knows, so.
Ah, shucks.
So
Too
it was
bad.
you.
What do you mean? How would I know such a thing? Your friends that you would probably confide in about that stuff?
I mean, he's been like hanging around doing all those pranks, so I thought maybe you've been eavesdropping.
Oh, you mean the pranks you told Casey about and sicked him on me?
I didn't sick him on you, but told him about it.
That you suspected that I was doing the pranks without... I can't prove I did anything.
Well, you're the only
And
one.
even if I did, I would say it's warranted.
I see. I have my eyes on you.
Do you? to do something about it.
We were playing called suspended punishment.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Maybe if you weren't such a snitch. Especially the people that were helping you out. Some friend you are, huh?
I try. That's all that counts.
Not according to the house points scoreboard, but
Hey, at least I'm not negative anymore. At least I'm not the only one negative anymore.
I don't know if that's a metric you should be going off of, but yeah, it seems to be a theme with you snitches to be negative house points. Wonder if there's a reason for that.
Who knows?
Oh, well, good talk. Not really, but see you later.
Feelings mutual. Walk the other way. Probably going the long way around.
Let's see. Day 2 class day, so potions. You get about the same spiel from Rowan.
Yeah. It like the exact, because we both don't remember.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Darby does start to ask Calder some stuff, like to the point that Calder's clearly getting uncomfortable. Asking him if like he's the cause of the memory stuff that's happening, or he remembers, and asking him like inappropriate blood cult questions.
I guess I'll try to focus back on the lesson each time that happens, like loudly saying, "Can you pass me whatever ingredient we need?" Etc.
Give me a charm roll.
Yeah, I'm good at those.
Yeah.
4.
Okay. Doesn't really work very well, but
Yeah.
Each time Kels's voice rings about the room, Rudy flinches and drops an extra bucket of ingredients into his potion.
Yeah, you guys do not end up with a great potion by the end. Let's see.
I will repeat the conversation with Mr. Vegas.
I don't think it'd be quite the same.
It wouldn't be the same because the reason you did it was because you had memory problems.
And now it would be because of the null wart memory problem.
Right. I will ask the question if it'd be useful, and then also go in and then say, regardless, it got me thinking if there might be a way to alleviate my situation, because it clearly wasn't the whatever wart thing that has been causing my situation all this time.
All right. Well, null warts feed on the memories, so they consume them. They're gone. There's nothing to pull back from. As far as yours, I don't think we know enough about exactly yours, if it's a suppression or it's actually being taken away. I don't know. I also know if there's some sort of fail-safe where if you're given something like that, we don't know. It's a risk either way.
Oh.
But maybe.
It's a risk I'm willing to take. Think about it if there's any... I mean, you know this area so much better than I do, obviously. But you are the resident expert. Think if there is... I would appreciate it if there was some course of treatment or recommendation for trying to, if not recover, prevent future incidents. Because it is most... As I think everyone is now realizing, it is somewhat disruptive to never know if you're remembering what's going on from moment to moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'll ask, but ingredients are very controlled, not cheap, and I don't know if they would warrant it important enough to put you on a regiment of it. But
I appreciate you at least asking.
no problem.
Thank you. And I'll report back to Kels. See, he's not so bad.
Yeah, for you maybe. Anyway, they're really looking forward to Transfiguration, she says, knowing that they all are going to sit in their original seats to start with.
Yeah, he switches the seating arrangement once again. You guys have very similar conversations that you've had before. So, like Phineas and Delta talking about aspects of difficulties of Transfiguration. Rowan warning Gustav about these females. They can't be trusted. Kel's awkward conversation with Rith.
Does Rith remember anything from the last 2 days?
Did you mention him at all? Well, you're partnered with him, so
Yeah,
probably doesn't
probably
remember anything. Yeah.
Okay. It continues to be awkward.
Yep. Again, you guys have lunch.
While lunch is happening, I want to go and find Professor Ames.
Okay. You also have him after class, or after lunch. You guys have dark magic defense.
All right, I'll wait till then.
Okay. I mean, you can, but yeah, might as well wait. You guys do anything for lunch or during your lunch period or anything?
Can Aspen intimidate Gustav in asking him if he told anyone that she liked Semi?
Sure. I mean, he doesn't remember doing so. Give me a charm roll, and Gustav, you can roll against. He does get a buff, though, because it's intimidating a peer. Curious, why are you asking Gustav specifically?
Because Mojo said you snitches have like...
That's true, yeah.
I rolled a cumulative total of 7 for charm.
I got a 13.
Okay, so she got it by 5 too. So, yeah, you remember, like, you don't remember doing it, so you have plausible deniability, but you do know you were thinking about it and going to do it, and what you were going to put in there.
Oh, I am utterly transparent as I give perfectly reasonable denials.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything from the last 2 days, Aspen. You know that.
Yes. But it could have happened before.
No.
How are you intimidating him, Aspen?
Like, she would have sat down next to him and, like, grabbed the fork and held it to him.
Okay.
Look, Aspen.
So you're holding a fork to his neck?
Probably under the table, like to his ribs or something. I would hope.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
We need to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because what you're describing is super obvious to everyone.
Aspen, it's a common room, right? People in common rooms talk. It's perfectly natural that... Look, I didn't know that you had a secret. I talk about all my friends.
Well, now, Casey, I don't know. He's upset with me, and I guess it's natural, but, like, I don't know.
Casey should grow up.
He's allowed to feel his feelings. Like,
I mean, Aspen, he wasn't overtly mean about it. He was just like, look, I don't want to be Number 2, no.
We've got our whole lives together ahead of us, and we're each only going to get one first ever date. Then after that, we're all going to be on our second date or worse. Casey is just going to have to learn to accept that, so that the people he dates are going to have met other people before. And that's fine.
And we don't have to worry about relationships right now. We can worry about homework and doing well in class and earning lots of house points.
And maybe not obviously threatening your friends in front of everyone where teachers can see it.
No one's threatening anybody, Phineas.
Aspen is
Also,
clearly
I rolled a 2 on my
menacing.
charm check.
Yeah, clearly, Aspen is clearly menacing Gustav.
She does that every day.
Yeah, Gustav is easily menaced. No offense.
You make good points. And she put the fork down, away, and slide it away.
Aspen, if you like, I will promise to never discuss you again with anybody from my house.
I appreciate that. Especially not Mojo.
Mojo and I don't really talk to each other. He's a bit, you know.
Yeah. It's not very happy.
I thought somebody who did a lot of pranks would be fun-loving and have a lot of laughter in their life, but Mojo is very much mean.
Maybe he's not mean. Maybe he simply pulls pranks as a way of disguising his insecurity and discomfort. Wasn't his brother a notable prankster? Maybe he feels like that is the best way for him to fit in, and a way of keeping people at a distance.
He also wasn't mean until you guys sold him out.
I mean, he wasn't mean until he got snitched on repeatedly. Perhaps he now feels that he doesn't have his fallback of his fallback social tactic of being a prankster, and is now feeling very uncomfortable and doesn't like that was taken from him.
And people knew that he was a prankster before he got caught. The teachers always used to pat him down and stuff.
Yes. But he didn't, well, you know. He wasn't implicated in other things. So, but it's fine.
I'm sure everything will blow over
Maybe.
in the future. Who knows? Maybe we'll be best friends when we all graduate from Artemis.
I'm with Kels. I think you should be focused on making sure you do graduate, or at least make it through the semester.
Yeah, like if the prank seemed frustrating, and if you get into trouble again, that's it. You know,
I think
Go ahead.
I think that instead of trying to graduate, you ought to find the secrets of House Serpentis. Lara Croft would do that. And
I do definitely want to. Half the time when we're in the library studying, I do study and I do pay attention to your notes, Kels. Thank you very much, because it's probably the only reason I'm passing my courses. But I'm always keeping my eyes open for any signs. It does appear that they've been most expertly hidden, though.
Yeah, hidden. Anyway, so I was thinking maybe we could take up some like meditation or something. I heard it really distresses you. Might help stop having useless visions when I don't want them. Because Brigham was talking with, what's her name, Ayuna? And she did some meditation thing, right?
Riki. That's hand energy stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's relaxing and distressing, right?
He's also in meditation club with Brigham.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there's a meditation club, I guess. Which at first I thought sounded dumb, but now I think I'm going to get carpal tunnel if I keep having all these visions. So maybe that will be helpful.
To be honest, I might need to take meditation club too if I'm lashing out at people in flying club.
Will it make me less angry?
I mean, maybe?
I mean, it isn't magic, is it?
No, it's
Well.
just mindfulness.
I mean, there's a hope, Aspen.
I mean, it's not like Aspen can go to the club, but we can get some tips and stuff.
I would be willing to do that. I'm usually very placid. I don't know if meditation would help me. But it couldn't hurt.
I've always assumed that I would just fall asleep, so.
Same here. It's a good nap time.
It's either meditation or karate. And I don't think Aspen should learn that, actually.
Cool. So next class is Dark Magic Defense. As you guys are going to DMD, you do pass Dr. Tetsuya, who just checks in on you guys. Everything good with you guys? No other issues or anything happening?
Not that we can remember.
Good so far.
Regular teenage problems.
What about visions?
Just me.
Really?
Yeah?
Hopefully nothing too bad.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty much par for the course. Why really?
I'm just asking.
Oh, could the memory loss somehow affect people's visions?
Possible. Actually, Miss Michaels, why don't you come with me?
Oh, okay.
Just real quick, I'll give you a pass to class.
Okay. See you guys there.
Sometimes things affect oracles a little differently, and just want to make sure we're... So, yep. You will go back with Dr. Tetsuya. Yeah. Next thing you know, and he's like, oh, yep, you're all good. Everything's fine. You leave his office. You have this bitter aftertaste in your mouth.
Ooh, this is going to suck for me later. I'm going to have regrets later.
But, yeah, you go to Dark Magic Defense. You guys duel again. Another dueling
cool.
day. Because, obviously, yeah.
Oops.
So, you guys get round 2. Dueling each other.
Same partners? All right.
He might mix it up, actually, because he knows who won and lost from...
Oh, yeah.
Based on house points. But
Yeah.
So let's switch partners. We'll do Hells and Aspen.
I would assume he might put winners together because he know.
Yeah, that's
You would know then that.
So Kells and Aspen and Phineas and Gustav. All right, who wants to go first?
I can. I want to go for the quick disarm again before she can blast me across the room. Oh no, I'm off my game. That bitter aftertaste is super bitter. I got a 5.
All right, Aspen.
Right. So I rolled to do the blasting.
Okay. What'd you roll?
With the magic die, that's a 15 for fight.
Okay.
Wee.
Yeah. You go to cast a disarming spell, but she gets it off so much faster, and you just go flying. But Professor Ames does stop your fall, so you don't, actually get hurt. But you would have gone quite a distance.
You okay?
All good. Nice form, Aspen.
Good fight.
Slowly but surely, Aspen is getting those house points back. 5 at a time. All right, Phineas, Gustav. The wiliest of the...
I'm going straight in there with a disarming spell.
Okay, brains roll.
That would be a 4.
Phineas,
What would I roll against it?
what are you doing?
Well, I was going to let him win.
Are you physically dodging? Are you shielding? Are you
okay. So
disarming?
yeah,
Are you deflecting?
I would deflect.
Okay.
So thing.
It gets grit.
Yep.
And if you deflect by more than 5, you're going to deflect it back at him.
And I don't think I have any bonuses to this, so 12.
Okay, well, that's still more than 5. So you deflect his spell back at him, and his wand goes flying once more into Rudy.
I was going to try to let you win, but now it's going to be very difficult. Because you don't have a wand. So, apologies. I will try to gently push him out of the circle. Which is not a bad roll. That is a 11, unless I get a bonus. This is fight. I get no bonuses.
Okay, so, yep, he gets knocked off the platform.
But gently.
Yeah.
I landed on my bruises.
I'm very, very sorry.
It's fine. I'm in dueling club. I knew this would happen.
All right.
Cool. After class, Professor Ames, Gustav, and he said this in front of everybody, stay behind. I'd like to talk about your use of offensive spells you've learned in this class on your peers outside of class.
Yes, Professor.
Hey, how much did I forget? It was just I'm going with the doctor, and then I've left the doctor's office.
You remember being in the doctor's office and him being like, okay, everything checks out, you look fine, and then leaving with a bitter aftertaste.
Okay. But getting there also.
Yeah, you remember getting to the doctor's office,
Yeah.
and then suddenly him being like, yep, looks good, everything's fine, and
Okay. Bleh. I've been thinking about the whole class because we just had lunch. I can never find a drinking fountain or something.
Phineas, you're in flying club as well, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and stay behind as well.
Oh, all right.
Cool. So you guys go off. He talks to you, Gustav. Care to explain?
Yes, Professor. But I can't, Professor. I don't remember it.
All right, Phineas, I assume the same. You don't remember the
No,
events?
not at all. Although I
You
do,
didn't take any...
from what we've heard, I can't believe that Gustav would intentionally attack Emmy. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, that is a bit strange. Do you have anything against Emmy?
No, Professor. She's been pleasant to me every time I've talked to her. I'm going to go to meditation club after my punishment is done and I have free time again. I'm going to go to meditation club and try to be less angry. But
I think that's more just a decision, but
Well, I can't imagine Emmy doing anything to you that would make you angry. She seems very pleasant.
Apparently, she was just flying by.
Yes.
You don't journal or anything or take any notes about maybe what could have happened.
We started taking notes since we've forgotten everything because we'd forgotten everything. But no, nothing like that beforehand.
Okay, well, keep taking notes. If anybody asks you for those notes, don't give them the notes. And I would periodically put those notes elsewhere where you can reach them at a later time.
Yes, Professor.
Has anything else strange happened?
There's one thing that I can think of. One of Kel's visions from a while ago, I mean, not a long time ago, but relatively recently, before all this happened, is gone.
And which vision is that?
It was the interior of a stone prison cell with iron bars that had been broken in the window and an individual walking out into the sunset. I, of course, immediately thought that that was potentially a warning of Granny getting out.
Did it look like the hag?
Oh no, but if she was escaping, she would look like anything but a hag, wouldn't she? It was just a figure, a male-ish potentially looking, but it was hard to tell in silhouette, if my memory serves, which it often doesn't, but this seemed relatively clear. That's the only thing I can think of other than just the general disruption of everyone losing, or many people losing 2 days worth of memory.
Yeah, at the same time this vision went missing.
Well, we don't know, do we? I mean, she might have given it away. She might have destroyed it. But it's the only thing that I can think of
before.
That... No. It was relatively recent. But I don't think everyone agrees with me that it references what I think it is.
Kel's has had visions stolen from her before, and she's a little bit precious about them.
Yes.
If she did give it away, it would have been to a close friend, maybe. But nobody has mentioned having it. So
she might have. We did discuss that she might have given it to Professor Levi, because I had shared my concerns about Granny with him. But then he wouldn't remember it either. So at some point, when next time I see him, I'm supposed to remember to tell him that if he finds a drawing like that, that it belongs to Kel's.
Okay, well, let's take the worst case scenario point of view, which I usually do. Let's say this memory loss is more nefarious in nature than a simple infestation. And this vision going missing conveniently during this missing period of time is part of it. Along with some other information. You can see he's debating whether to rope you into certain things or not. Because well, he knows one of you mentioned something that but at least Aspen wasn't with you guys, so, that's kind of forgiving of like, oh, they forgot to tell Aspen who knew they were talking to you, is what he'd assume. But
no, we did, and Aspen chose to do the exact opposite.
Right, but he doesn't know that. So he's thinking, oh, they took my advice of, hey, don't tell anyone, talk about what we talked about to anyone, and didn't mention Aspen, so Aspen was just like, oh yeah, they went to go talk to the professor about this thing. So.
Professor?
Yes.
The infestation eats memories.
Yes.
But you're talking as if it's not an infestation. So might the memories still be there, but covered up? Is there a way to recover memories if they aren't eaten?
Depends on the nature of how they were taken or dispelled or suppressed. So hard to know.
Well,
Always
is there anything we could try?
maybe.
There are potions, or at least one potion, according to Mr. Figgis.
There are a couple potions, varying in strength, but
Well, I, for one, am willing to undergo the risk. I understand there is some, but because of my own personal investment in resolving memory problems in general.
another question. Have you been having any visions?
Who, me?
Yes,
No,
you.
I don't have visions.
Has anyone given you anything lately to take? Potion?
Well, who knows, right?
Just within the past day, or
Hmm,
maybe this morning, or
no. I assume there was something to get rid of the things. I don't really recall, but other than that.
right. Tough. All right. And you see him deep in thought, debating, thinking of a lot of different variables at this point. What about your other friend? Has she had any visions lately?
Kels? Yes.
Okay.
It was a vision of an astronaut in a lovely sort of alien landscape. We assumed that it referenced Sai because Sai is the person that we know who really enjoys NIMP space things. Professor Tetsuya seemed concerned that apparently oracles can be affected differently than normal people. So I think she went with him to check and make sure that she was okay.
And there
What
was
do you
also
mean?
a vision about a drug capsule
Oh, yes.
with an
And
astronaut.
another one of an astronaut flying a ship that Gustav informs me looks like NIMP medicine.
So she went with Dr. Tetsuya
Yes.
recently,
Yes.
claiming because she's an oracle, he wanted to
Just double check
double check. Okay.
in case the memory suppressing effects of the things or whatever is happening affected her differently.
Right. Okay, that's all good information. Do me a favor though,
Mm-hmm.
and do not tell anyone we spoke about this.
All right.
And as I'm instructing you to take these notes to ensure if there is additional memory loss, you have something to refer back to. Don't include myself in them.
All right. Should we tell Kels to take notes?
You should all take notes, but you don't have to tell anyone you got the information from me.
I see. So this is just between the three of us. But the taking
Yes.
notes and putting them in a secure location is something we should tell. All right. We can do that, can't we, Gustav?
Yes, absolutely.
Please do tell me if anything else suspicious starts to happen.
I think that's the only thing I can think of. You might check on Professor Levi. Because I have to imagine being affected has been distressing. And you know how he is. He doesn't like to reach out for help from anyone.
Here.
Oh, Professor Ames,
Yes.
are you, I don't think I've ever asked you this, are you familiar with Serpentis?
No.
Oh. Oh, it's just I was talking about Professor Levi, and it reminded me. Because we were just talking about Serpentis.
Right.
earlier
The
today.
secret or old
Yes.
Artemis house that you, yeah.
Yes. I shared with him my suspicions that the missing vision had to do with Granny, I think. Anyway, we found ourselves talking about Granny. And I suspected that, well, if she were to be here and wanted to bring Serpentis back, I would find that very interesting because I'm sure there's all sorts of wonderful secrets. Or at least, I don't know, wonderful, interesting secrets that could be uncovered.
Not worth your grandmother getting involved, though.
Of course not.
Right.
But that's not a worry because Professor Levi said he put protections in place. So I will still always be a bit concerned. I think I've expressed this to you before. Always be a bit concerned that she might decide to take an interest. But if Professor Levi has put up protections, we're probably all right.
Well, she is in jail, so.
That's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We have a secret mission, which is just to take notes. And we should compare notes with our friends. And if we see anything unusual, we need to notify Professor Ames without revealing Professor Ames' involvement. I think we can do precisely that.
And then you guys got to rush to your next class.
And you can hear Kells talking with Aspen like, well, he must have given me some medicine because that was like literally the worst aftertaste I ever had in my mouth ever. I had to drink so much water. It's still kind of there. But I don't remember taking medicine. But he said I was okay at the end. So maybe that was part of the problem he was worried about?
Maybe. Or maybe it's like one of those things where you walk into a room and the smell is so bad that you can actually taste it. So, like, your brain could have just, like, shut off the fact that your nose can smell and switched it to your tongue tasting things.
Like,
So instead of smelling it bad, you taste it bad.
it's still a doctor's office, though. It's never smelled bad before. Certainly not all the time we were in there earlier for the whatever treatment. No, it's probably some medicine or something.
Probably. I don't like medicine.
I mean, it's helpful, but like, it'd be cool if there'd be something you could add, but it must have been really strong.
Yeah. Sounds like it was super strong.
And we're hearing all this, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the part where I
you took...
finished complaining about bitter.
Oh, Dr. Tetsuya gave you medicine.
I think so? I don't really remember.
What class are we in?
Magizoology.
All right. I will write a little note that says, Dr. Tetsuya gave Kells very strong bitter medicine. She doesn't remember taking it. Wrap it up in a little roll and give it to Poe to take to Professor Ames. Because he was literally just saying, did anyone give you anything? And also report anything out of the ordinary.
Yep.
And during this class, Magic Zoology, everybody is asking questions about memory eating bugs.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, people are asking a lot of questions about the lords, for sure.
And I will ask Mr. Mang.
Yes, Phineas.
When an infestation of nullworts has been removed, can there be intermittent effects afterward? Like, can you have short breaks in memory even after the infestation has been cleared?
You shouldn't. That usually means that the infestation wasn't completely cleared. And there's possibly stragglers.
I see.
Why are you
Just
still
curious.
experiencing? Okay.
No, I'm fine. But as it affects some people differently.
What do you mean?
Oh, I just thought maybe different people have different symptoms or effects.
Maybe. I don't think there's much difference, but
Grab Poe before he leaves. Write another note. Also, Mr. Meng says that it doesn't affect people differently.
well, I mean, he's like, well, I'm not a doctor, but
Yeah.
as far as I know, maybe they'll like someone's memories more. I don't.
Maybe. Oh, do they? Are they attracted to certain types of memories? Or just whatever they can get?
I think it's more whatever they can get, but maybe there's something to the richness of the memory, strength of the memory. They typically prey on short term, though. It's only with the infestation that's gone for a long period of time that major chunks of memory and then your longer term memory start to be affected.
Can you talk to them?
I don't think they're more bug-like. They're not sentient really enough to talk to, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Has anyone seen Mr. Sparkley? We do so miss his presence.
Well, that's all for today. Let's we can cut out a couple minutes early.
tier.
You guys are released.
Cool. You've unlocked the secret to leaving class early.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just be like, man, I probably just had a vision or something.
Maybe.
Weird that he give me medicine during that, but whatever.
Maybe what Mr. Meng said was accurate, that there could be, like, maybe it wasn't entirely cleared. But we should definitely, just in case, take notes, track our movements, and obviously make a special note of anything unusual or that seems out of place. And then probably also store those notes somewhere secure.
That makes sense. I started taking notes today when Gustav suggested it at breakfast, so...
Hey, Kels.
Yeah?
Can I borrow your ear for a second?
Yeah.
She's gonna
She slices
gently
it off.
hold on. No. She's gonna gently hold onto Kel's ear and try to look into the hole to see if she can see any of the warts. Can't see any, so I don't think there's still more in there. So
Cool.
good.
The doctor did say I was good. Like, twice, but thank you for checking.
It is slightly funny that you needed checking twice.
Well, I mean, he did say it affected oracles differently, but also Mr. Meng just said it didn't, which is weird.
Well, you should add that in your
Maybe
note.
there's conflicting sources of information.
It's
You
true.
know, sometimes documentation changes, theories are updated, research continues, and since there's a known treatment, maybe there's like a difference. Because this is Kel's now calculating how old each professor is to see if one would have new knowledge or not, but they're both incredibly old, so who knows?
Maybe
Go on.
maybe we could ask the game warden. Also does creature stuff.
Sure. Well, that's the sort of thing that I would say is a discrepancy. May mean nothing, but it should go in your notes.
Right.
Aspen is right. We should triangulate. It might be possible that the library has some literature on Norwalks.
I just thought you were going to say the library was the source of the infestation. I was going to fight you. The library is perfect.
Well, the library is the last place I remember being. So I probably picked them up there.
That's true, and we're there a lot. Maybe we can check that after meditation club. Let's go, Phineas. See you two after your delinquent duty. Bye.
Bye.
Meditation club meets. Oh yeah, you can do meditation club in the afternoon too.
Okay.
Primarily, most people go in the morning,
In the morning. Yeah.
but yeah, you can definitely go. So when you and Gustav go,
Phineas, I think.
Because
Phineas is going too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's
Gustav's
on
on
detail.
detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going too. Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Are you bringing Calder?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or
If there's one person who's incredibly angry, it's Calder.
no. If Calder's willing to go, he's certainly in.
Yeah. I think we'd offer him for him to go. Otherwise, we'd drop him off somewhere else.
Yeah. And Ayuna would recognize you guys too and be like, oh, because she's not seen you here before. Brigham isn't here because he's got underwater hockey, but
At all hours.
you guys want to try out Meditation Club?
Yeah. Brigham was mentioning it as a way to like de-stress and stuff.
It can help with stress, help keep you more grounded, centered, level.
Yeah. I was hoping to try
Great way to
that
gain
out.
perspective on things too.
Interesting. I don't really feel stress. Will it help me?
I think everyone experiences stress and may manifest differently.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it sure does.
But no stress, I mean, even a little stress is good.
Maybe I don't.
Maybe
Maybe I
Otherwise,
don't
you're
feel enough
not
stress.
motivated to do anything.
It could be I don't feel enough stress.
And she will bring you over to an area to where you guys can set up and join. There's this Calatog named Jasper that's leading the meditation. But there's some people that do their own thing too in Meditation Club. Fairly quiet. But she'll help kind of like, oh, if you need some help or whatever, like if you need someone to guide you through it or
Is
the
there
whole spiel of clean your mind.
chanting?
There can be. Not always. It's more not chanting anything specific. It's more chanting something to prevent you from thinking of other things. To help you focus.
I see. I'll probably skip the chanting if that's all right.
Totally fine.
Just because the only chants I know are ones we probably don't want to deal with.
Sure. Or you could just do the standard Om. I think that's most popular.
I suppose I could try. But if I start doing anything else, let me know.
Sure.
Like if I get really relaxed and very much in touch with my inner child, things might,
Might not be the worst thing. Gustav, Aspen, you guys do delinquent detail. Good stuff. We'll just say you guys are like cleaning out a bunch of potion glasses and cauldrons and stuff today. All right, anything specific otherwise you guys do?
No, I think Kels probably has a hard time trying to focus, but is doing her best because I don't think meditation's really her jam. But it must be working, she thinks, because she hasn't had a vision the whole time, like this since she started this meditation thing right now.
Yes.
So this is probably really, really relaxing, even though her leg has been shaking the whole time out of just idle nervousness.
Cool.
If you did want to go to the library, I can get you some earmuffs. We could all wear earmuffs, and then they wouldn't be able to get us, infest us again. And we could search for bugs or...
I don't
Who are you
think
talking to, Gustav?
Clearly, I'm talking to Aspen.
Yeah. We could skip to dinner and then you guys could talk about that. That's fine.
I'll be at dinner in a moment.
I will also be at dinner. I completely forgot. This was probably the week I was supposed to talk to Oren. I better go see if I already did that or not.
Good idea.
And I'll go find him at dinner.
You can't find him.
I can't find him. Oh, that's weird. He's usually at dinner, right? Huh. Well, circle back to the table. That hunt is done. We can look for him tomorrow.
All right, where are you going, Phineas?
Professor Ames.
Okay. You going by yourself or are you dragging Gustav?
I think this was after Kels and I left. So I haven't yet gone to
Oh, okay.
lunch.
So you're not going to dinner first. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, met them at dinner.
Okay. You... Yeah, sure. He'll be in his classroom. Yeah.
Professor Ames.
Come in. I'll close the door behind you. And have you guys go off.
Well, that's odd, isn't it?
Extremely worrying, actually. Trying to work on this as sensitively as possible. Could be nothing. Don't want to get you worried or anything, but better to, safe than sorry and all that.
Well, considering that we've been the target of murderous intent twice in less than half a semester, I think one can be forgiven for being a little suspicious.
Problem is, it's difficult to know who you can trust. Especially with the memory games going on. So that is the reason for the secrecy of not wanting to say who we're in. I'm doing the same. I'm obviously not going to be telling anyone else that I've been speaking to you.
Were you affected by the memory lapse?
Yes. But I stashed some notes.
Is that your regular practice? It seems wise now that you mention it.
Sometimes, but it seemed more, it was very deliberate because you had already started, yourself and Calder had already started displaying memory issues.
Oh.
I actually advised you of taking notes, but I believe they were confiscated.
Oh. Well. That does rather put the good doctor in the frame, doesn't it?
Yes.
Although, as far as I can remember, his assistant was there as well. I don't really know enough about how such things might work.
Well, I would be particularly careful with the doctors and Professor Levi.
Oh, really? Why?
He, it would seem, was the first one to give you a potion that he tricked you into taking.
Really?
Under guise of it being a memory potion.
Interesting. Because it's an in-character thing, I will spend an adversity token to ask, is Professor Ames lying to me to trick me because he's actually behind it? Because that's what,
No,
that's
he seems to
100%.
be, yeah.
That's 100% what Phineas would be thinking.
Right.
Aha, this is the proof. You are the... Oh.
He is genuinely paranoid and worried.
Well, that concerns me. I care very much about Professor Levi.
As do I.
But I will take your advice. To be honest, I've suspected you for a while of being, well, with your clandestine trips into the Forbidden Forest. I've been rather aware of potential threats, and there is a certain sort of poetic symmetry of the professor for protection against the dark arts being the person who is actually behind things. But
Yes, well, I'm not going to knock you for being paranoid. I can't say wasn't the same for you.
all right. Well, I don't believe that I or Calder is behind any of this. It's entirely possible that someone is once again attempting to get at Calder. He does seem to be a target.
Well, the worrisome part is that vision that went missing. It's a male figure leaving. But I did check. He is still there. Doesn't mean there's not a future breakout, but it could be that that vision isn't related, or it is, and there is a plot for him to break out.
Oh, Calder's father.
That they want to cover up.
Entirely possible. While you were checking to see that Calder's father was still in prison, did you check on another inmate?
Yes. Well, not personally, obviously, during the school day, but...
And you're quite confident?
I mean, I'm never confident unless I see it for myself, but... with the information I have, at least.
Well, I am known for leaping to conclusions, but sometimes they're right, and the first thing I thought when I saw that was Granny. But then again, I wouldn't I? Anyway.
I don't know which is more troubling, to be honest.
Oh, I do.
It just depends on the motivations.
Yes. One
Intentions.
set of motivations would be relatively clear and straightforward. The other one was anyone's guess.
That's fair, but I don't like the fact that the oracles are being targeted.
You suspect the other one?
Oh,
the other one has been targeted? I keep reading his name, Orin, I think.
You were having a vision.
Oh, I was.
And that potion that Professor Levi tricked you into taking is preventing you from having further visions.
Oh, I see. I'm not an oracle, am I?
You're not. It's a side effect of something else, but that's
what? We get through the whole...
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Is there a counter agent?
No. Not... Well... I mean, you could just take the potion of the seer. I don't know if anyone's really tested that theory out, but probably a question for Miss Mesmer.
But that would involve her.
Exactly.
It might be worth trying.
Possibly, but those ingredients I would need to retrieve from Forbidden Forest, and unfortunately there's not a full moon tonight, so...
Well, if we don't solve it by the time it's necessary for you to go back into the Forbidden Forest, I'd be more than happy to accompany you. If you think it would be helpful. I'm quite good. I find it, I mean, aside for the trolls and everything else, and even that's actually somewhat nostalgic.
I choose not to endanger students. I'm already not happy with the current situation now with taking students into the Forbidden Forest, personally, but... Well, keep in contact with anything else strange going on. I'm going to keep looking into things as discreetly as I can without causing suspicion. But I think that's part of the problem is as soon as anyone realizes we are privy to anything, we will start from square one, essentially.
Yes. Ah. Mr. Sparkly. It's a term. It's one that we came up when we were concerned that we were going to be replaced by doppelgangers. There was a misunderstanding between Gustav and a student who has a twin. We came up with a code word, a reference to Aspen's best friend, the Pegasus. We call Mr. Sparkly, who is mysteriously absent. But regardless of that, maybe that can be a way of checking to make sure that we haven't fallen under the influence of further memory siphoning. So maybe in some place that you consult on a regular basis, you might just put, if anyone says Mr. Sparkly, take it seriously, in case your memory is lapsed. And then I will do the same, and I will suggest that all of my friends do the same without revealing your involvement or any of the details.
Okay. Good. Well,
All right. Time for dinner.
yes. What do you guys do for dinner?
Eat food.
Well, I'm having sausages.
Great.
Just chatting about how meditation club, I don't know if I got it, but I followed all the instructions, so I think I'm pretty much an expert at meditation, probably.
Yeah, Ayuna probably would have continued and be like, relax.
Exactly. And I'm just like nervous energy the whole
You're
time.
not getting graded in this.
I'm going to get a good grade in meditation, which is definitely possible.
Did you learn any magic spells to do meditation?
No, it's just regular meditation.
You can't tell me that meditation has been around for thousands of years and no wizard has come up with some sort of mind-numbing spell or opening the senses by making you hear really, really far away or something.
They're not going to give that to the first timers in meditation club.
Yeah, that's
you
probably
did see students meditating that were like floating though.
Oh, yeah, they can float and stuff. So maybe you can get levels. Maybe they give out like belts like in karate, but for meditation? Are there meditation levels? Can you game the system? Oh, I have to ask her now next time. Meditation game. That's probably how it is.
Did Tobias beat Calder in DMD?
It would have been the same. Him just using defensive spells until Tobias won.
So Aspen would go over to Tobias in the cafeteria if he's there and be like, yo, congratulations on the win. You did great.
Thanks, you too.
Slowly getting there. It should go away.
Okay.
Oh, I probably mentioned offhand that I couldn't. As like, hey Phineas, you haven't seen Orin, right? I didn't see him at all at dinner because I thought we were going to meet this week, and maybe we already met, but I wanted to make sure.
No, I haven't seen
I'll
him.
probably look for him at breakfast or something.
No, I haven't seen him. It seems unlikely that he would have been affected, because he would have been able to see into the future that he was about to be affected and be able to avoid it.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Did I talk with him? Well, if I did talk with him, then he probably was infected. And if I didn't talk with him, it's because he avoided me because he knew he was going to get infected.
Possibly.
It could be. Like, his stuff usually isn't that far in the future. So, like, if someone approached him that was infected, he'd probably just be like, beans, here it is. The memory of infliction. Well, or would he even know far enough ahead? Because it's like what Mr. May was saying, it was like short-term memory first and then long-term memory.
Well, I'm saying
So
that if he's seeing all possible futures, he would see one in which, oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a very narrow time. By the time you realize that you are forgetting things, you would have already
Yes, he wouldn't. He
got
might not have
infected.
recognized it. Who knows?
Because it wouldn't be that far ahead. Probably depends.
And if it indeed does affect oracles differently, maybe he's being treated or something. Who knows? But something to write down that we haven't seen him.
Right. Well, when I look for him right now, who knows? Maybe he's just taking dinner in his room today or something.
Oh yeah, you guys don't have your Calatog. Funny.
No, we'd have to ask him separately to go investigate for us.
Could ask my sister.
Phineas,
Mm-hmm.
when you spoke to Silent earlier,
Yes.
had he forgotten things?
Yes.
I wonder how the bugs managed to get up to his room.
I wonder if we weren't exposed to the dance. I don't know how long it takes for them to take hold. But if we were exposed to the dance, then because it was roughly like you were affected very quickly, we were affected 24 hours later. But the one place we were all certainly together was at the dance. And again, potentially a visitor from outside.
That's true. Yeah, Aspen, your sister is in Calatog. You could, and they're like in the same year, so she could see if he's around.
Yeah. I could go find her. If you wanted me to.
Yeah.
Aspen will check to see if her sister is in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Just go over. Hi.
Hey, what's up? Pretty sure you gave me null words, man.
Sorry. It's just like that random time where I gave you the like, you know.
We don't have to talk about that.
Okay. So do you know Oren?
Oh yeah.
Could you see if he's in the or have you seen him around recently?
He's in the hospital. I guess with the null word thing, they think maybe he had forgotten to take his medication or took too much of it because he had thought he had already taken it but didn't remember it. So now they're worried his visions are all going to hit him. So they're trying to do what they can, but yeah, it's not a great situation.
Yeah. Thank you for telling me. My friend, the other Oracle, is
Oh, yeah.
wanting to talk with him, but couldn't find him. Yeah. See you around.
Yeah.
Go back. Sorry, Kels. He's in the hospital.
He's in the hospital?
Yeah, because they're not sure if he took his medicine or not. So.
Oh no. That'd be really bad if he messed up that dosage.
Yeah.
I guess it was probably from the short-term memory thing and not the long-term memory loss.
Maybe.
I mean, I would assume that he's pretty good at like making sure he's got those measured out and stuff like that. Well, I don't know how he deals with his medication. Well, I guess though that confirms he got the null word though.
Yeah. Wonder where he got it from.
Turns out that we had a successful meeting, I guess, about something. So, survey says he can't see that he's going to get infected with a disease that takes longer to happen.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, the logical conclusion.
So yeah, Oren's in the hospital. Definitely don't feel guilty, Kels, that you gave him the null words and probably caused him this.
Yeah.
Medication.
Yeah. Just add another one to the list.
So yeah, basically, and you've heard from him what could happen if he messes up the medication. Of
Yeah.
you can essentially go into comatose because too many visions hitting him at once, overloaded, and yeah. So
Yep. Well, at least I didn't know that I had the stuff ahead of time. I guess I could write him like a get well card. He'd probably appreciate it after he's better, though.
That reminds
Or
me.
oh no, now there's a bunch of visions of me sending a card, and there's one of me showing up there.
yeah, your indecisiveness has caused even more.
Kels,
Yeah.
that reminds me, in terms of seeing people who are not feeling well and then maybe also apologizing. Have you had a chance to talk to Tim?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did it. Hold on, what day is? I did it yesterday. We had that whole conversation in the library.
Yeah, but we didn't. I don't think we ever covered it.
We just repeated.
Okay.
I just said what we repeated the same thing, so you probably knew about that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless you
Okay.
forgot hilariously it as a Phineas way, in which case.
Yes.
The only difference is this time he didn't go through her vision book.
Mhm.
Yes, he didn't ask about the vision book. I didn't have the same type of vision as before. Yeah,
Well,
and it was
Kels,
earlier in the day.
Speaking about seeing people, you were also because you were looking for Orin, who is an oracle. Maybe you should go see Miss Mesmer. She's also oracle stuff.
Just about like visions in general. I guess I could meet up with her. I might be a little. Well, if I hurry, maybe she'll still be around. Because it's dinner time, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Would you like me to come with you, Kels?
I mean, if you want.
I'd be more than happy to.
I'd also like to attend.
All right, let's go see Miss Mesmer.
All right, we all go see Miss Mesmer.
Are you taking Calder with you?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Okay. You guys all go off to Miss Mesmer. She's not in her office, but then you see her walking down the hall towards her office. Oh. How can I help you all?
We just wanted to chat about vision stuff.
Of course. She'll open the door and let you guys in.
Cool.
Do we see the real Miss Mesmer bound and gagged behind the desk?
You do not.
Because she's in the closet.
Yeah, something like that. And I guess I'll probably just talk a little bit about. Well, she probably asked how the vision's been going, and we had the discussion about your feelings can affect things, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of get it. And now I joined the meditation club. Maybe that will help because I think it was stress related. So maybe if I'm less stressed, there'll be less visions. Also, I heard about Orin. I guess I had talked with him in the last couple days. You remember the last couple days?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess I talked with you too, probably.
Possibly. But, yes, Orin. We'll see. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, are you feeling fine? Given that this condition can affect oracles very differently than normal people.
Oh, yes. I think that's just a theory because you essentially have a memory of the future, if that makes sense. I don't know how much weight there is in it, but better safe than sorry.
Has it affected you? Have your visions changed since you had the infection, the bugs?
Mine changed. I think we're good now.
Oh, but you have had vision since, so Kels doesn't need to worry about her powers being disrupted.
Oh, you mean like not having visions at all?
Or not having them for a period of time and getting them all bunched up and then...
Like buses?
Visions are hard to predict, so it's not just because she's not having visions. That could just mean it could be her emotions at play or something else entirely. It doesn't mean it's a side effect of null words.
Could mean I'm winning at meditation.
Yeah, medication can certainly help.
Were you given any bitter tasting medicine?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, because Dr. Tsuya stopped me at lunch, and I think he gave me some medicine because of the whole Oracle thing, but
Bitter tasting medicine?
yeah.
You remember him giving you bitter tasting medicine?
No,
Oh,
but my mouth was really bitter.
it might have just been the room. There's a lot of stuff in there.
I will spend an adversity token even though I don't need to. Is she as obviously sus as she is obviously sus?
Yes.
All right. Oh, thank you, Miss Besser. I'm just very glad to know that everyone's being taken care of and that Kels doesn't have anything that she needs to worry about.
Of course. But do come talk to me about any issues with visions or anything. Did you tell her about the vision that went missing?
I don't think I brought. To be honest, Kels is sort of like, listen, people take these visions anyway. I don't think I would have given it to Ms. Mesmer, so she probably wouldn't bring it up. But
And-
also, all of her friends love bringing things up. So.
Oh, I for sure did not bring it up.
Yeah.
And Gustav better
And-
not.
To be fair, you did have visions earlier today, just not after Dr. Tatsuya, and you've gone days before, without having visions.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It's nothing too suspicious. And obviously it's because I rock meditation. So
After we've left, I want to talk to Rudy.
okay. I mean, he's in his room.
Well, what house is it in?
Peloton.
In that case, I shall not talk to Rudy.
Oh, okay.
I will attempt to go find Professor Ames.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
okay,
See you
we'll
in
be
the
in the
library.
library. Yeah. Studying.
As I enter the library, I'm wearing my earmuffs, just in case.
Okay, Phineas, you go to Professor Ames, knock on the door. He was messing around in his closet, opens the door for you to come in. It's closed behind. Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to talk about missing Aspen's best friend. You remember.
Mr. Sparkley.
All right. We went to go visit Miss Mesmer. And Kels. Well, we discovered that one of the other oracles is in treatment. hospitalized. And we went to go see that Miss Mesmer was all right. And when Kells revealed the fact that she did not remember taking medicine, but remembered having taken medicine or had the sensation of having taken medicine, Miss Mesmer's response was very suspicious. She said, "Oh, there's stuff in that room." And I sometimes have a strong intuitive sense when someone is super shady. And that
Like
sense
with
was
me, you
more-
mean?
well, that was more intellectual suspicion. Tracking. This was more my ability to sometimes pick up on the blatantly obvious, suspicious behavior of others.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Figured it would be either her or superintendent or someone. Just random question. How many are in your, I assume 3, but your grandmother's coven?
Well, there's the 3 main ones. And then there's 5 others. And then beyond that, there's 6 more. It's kind of like circles.
Right. Okay, but the main coven is 3.
Yes, as
Interesting,
one
it's
expect.
5. I always thought it was odd numbers for totals, but I guess if it's 3, that's
3, 7, 13.
okay.
Oh, math. 4 more, yes.
Okay. Well, but then that's a group of 4.
Well, no, it's either 3 or it's 7 or it's 13.
Okay.
You don't think that it's Granny and some of her sisters, do you?
It's just the nature of the magic that worries me. You have memory issues. Suddenly the whole school has memory issues. People posing as other people.
Well, Professor Levi did seem very curious about how I would react if Granny showed up. And he asked the question, I sort of answered it in my way, and then he brought me back to it, which is not usually. Usually he can't wait for me to finish my long diatribes and then send me on my way. In hindsight, it seems a little sinister.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry. He paid your grandmother Hag a visit, and he was not the one that came back.
And he bought a cheap mirror. I told him not to bring a cheap mirror. It has to be silver, not just a regular mirror. It has to be an absolutely 100% silver mirror.
I know he was preparing for it, but
Well, this is why people should tell us things, because if we had known that he was preparing to go, then I don't know if we could have stopped anything. Well, something should be done, don't you think?
discreetly enough that we aren't. The other issue is if we bring in certain people, they will handle it indiscriminately.
Yes.
The threat of a hag,
Or 3, or 7, or 13.
exactly, is sometimes outweighs the life of someone that might be. Or someone's body that is possessed by a hag.
I don't know that the hags can possess, they can control people.
Well, I'm thinking, as my sources say, there's still a hag there. So, body swapping a common or something that they can do.
Not that I'm aware of. But they're very good at appearing however they want to appear and changing other people into whatever they want them to be. I can't imagine Granny willingly leaving her own body. She's very attached to it.
Well, Could be someone had to get creative based on the measures that are in the prison.
You never know.
But
Should I just ask her to leave? I could do that.
is that... Would she leave?
Maybe. She probably thinks she's helping. In her own way.
Possibly. Seems risky.
Well, if the alternative is just dealing with the fact that there are hags here now.
And how would... If she were to say no...
Well, if she
I
were to say
assume your
no,
grandmother didn't give you all the answers of how to defeat a hag, because...
of course not. If she were to say no, then she would wipe my memory, and then you would know if she said no. You can just...
Right, but then that leaves us...
Well, no worse off than we were before.
No, but we still need to have the backup plan.
I think you should go to your home, which I assume is very well protected. And while you're gone, I will speak to one of them and make it clear that I understand what's going on and ask them to leave. And then tomorrow, if I have no recollection of anything, then you'll know that it didn't go well. Or if the school is a smoking crater or is surrounded by a fence of tentacles of darkness, or all the children have been turned into, oh, I don't know, toads. There'll be lots of ways to know if it's gone wrong.
And what if she asks you to go with her?
Well, I'll tell her I don't want to.
And what if she doesn't make it a choice?
Well, then it won't be a choice, will it?
I don't like this.
Well, neither do I. I don't like the idea of poor Professor Ames rotting away in some magical prison. And Miss Mesmer, who knows where she is? Maybe she's stuffed up a chimney somewhere. We should be very cautious. We should warn all the gardeners not to step on any toads or centipedes or things, because that seems to be the thing they like to do. It'd be a shame if one of our professors was being chopped to bits by a hoe as we speak.
Right. Don't know if I want to leave completely, though.
Well, I'm
I
just
want to
saying,
be able to keep some eyes on...
if you are far away, it is unlikely that you will be affected by whatever.
Right. I just worry about the last oracle.
The last one.
I mean, by now you've put it together. And you're not an oracle. You're
Yes.
being affected by another one.
Yes.
There's Oren,
I'm Kels, and a third student. We
Miss
presume.
Mesmer, who have already been compromised. Kels, who you have close eyes on, but she's at least been suppressed for now. But could be worse in the future, and then the last one.
Well, you could take the last one with you and protect them.
I don't know how I can do it discreetly, though.
With magic?
Possibly. All right, well, I'll work it. I don't want you to spend too much time here, raise suspicion.
Right. So tonight, I should...
You can try it.
All right. Should I tell my friends, just in case? Maybe not all the details, but...
Yeah, I probably best not to get them involved. I don't really understand what magic, if this is the case, again, is at play, and what information she could pull from you unwillingly.
Hmm. Who knows?
I mean, I would hope the worst thing that they would do is just wipe memories again, but
Well, if we're right, I'm the least at risk of anyone. And if we're wrong, and it's blood cultists, they might kill me. But then you'll know.
don't like that, though.
Well, I don't either. But someone's got to do something.
Give me a moment. And he's going to go into his closet. See. Can give you, that's discreet. He'll at least give you a potion, blood replenishing potion, and another one that treats wounds. So if you are like slashed or lose a lot of blood, you can at least attempt to recover from it that way. And you know what? He'll also give you the one that Mateo used, the stone one, because that seemed fairly effective. And he obviously noted that down. It's like, oh, this is actually pretty useful in this case. So,
All right. And if it's cultist, all I would have to do is buy myself a few moments. I'm quite effective at getting away.
just don't fuse with anyone else.
I'll try not to.
Right.
Sort of a last-ditch effort. All right. Well, hopefully everything goes well. If not, you'll know in the morning.
Yes. All right. Kels, Aspen, Gustav, what are you guys doing in this point? Eating dinner.
I believe we went to the library.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to study.
And I am going to find a discreet stack of books in which I can hide my notes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
In fact, I'm going to go for the yearbook in which Figurajig's face was in it. Oswald?
Rodney.
Rodney.
Close enough. Okay, you do that. You do hear the piano. Phineas.
Yes.
All right, so you go off.
I would find my friends.
Okay.
Gustav is over with the books.
Yeah.
Kels,
Yeah?
I just wanted to say, I think you are remarkably intelligent, and you have very good instincts most of the time. When it comes to usually doing the right thing, I suppose. And sometimes when you don't, you're at least willing to take steps to make things right, which I admire about you. And Aspen, sometimes your heart leads you in the wrong direction. And you do snitch a lot, but I don't think it's out of any sense of malice, and I think you have a wonderful future ahead of you. If you can manage to find something to focus on that you can build and make your own. Gustav comes back. Gustav, I can only imagine what it's like to be here in what seems like an entirely different world. And I know it hasn't been easy for you, but I really admire the fact that you've taken to this strange new environment and are learning to spread your wings, as it were, and find your way.
Thank you, Phineas. I know it's been hard for you too.
Not really. But anyway, I just wanted to let you all know how much I admire
You going to say anything cool to 2K
Okay.
or...
Yeah.
Yes. And 2K. You know I care very much about you. And just want you to remember that your life is your own. Your path is your own. You may not always be able to avoid every obstacle, but you have a good heart and you care about people, and no one can take that away from you. So while the future is uncertain and the past is the past, I think you should feel good about yourself. That
Are you feeling okay, Phineas?
Oh, I'm fine.
Not doing anything weird or like leaving the school or anything, right? Okay.
Not that I
Phineas,
know of.
You can charm
do
roll
you
it.
remember any of the last 2 days?
Yes.
Can I charm roll it?
I would like to charm roll it. I got a 5.
Well, you're rolling against Phineas.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think in this case it's more. Okay, yeah.
Are you exploding the dice at us, Phineas?
Well,
wow,
it's a D4.
I can't believe you would.
It's a D4,
Yeah,
so it has a
D4,
1
so
in
it's a
4 chance.
25.
I know. Well,
chance.
that will beat out my little 5 here. That's,
So it's a 4, a 4, a 3, plus a 1, so 16.
Oh, yeah, you're like, Phineas being weird.
yeah, I mean, I'll make a note.
Yes.
Let's
You guys
see.
can all take an adversity token though, because he said nice things and you feel nice.
Yes.
Yeah, we do feel nice. He said nice things. Under weird things Phineas does, Phineas was being extra nice.
Yes. And I will go talk to Tim.
Actually, as you're about to, like, as you guys are like, oh, are you feeling all right? Whatever. And you're about to go, you hear the piano suddenly, not just stop, but like somebody hit all the keys. And then the music has stopped.
I will go over to make sure Tim is all right.
Okay. When you go outside the room, you see Tim running down the stairs to go out of the library, and then you see Professor Ames behind him. He's like, "No, wait!" And he sees you, and he's just like, and goes out the door.
I will try to catch up with Tim.
Okay, give me a flight roll.
Can I try my special way of catching up with Tim?
Yeah, the flock.
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
'Cause,
Or we could just end there.
Please,
Yeah.
we won't be able to play until I don't know
it's,
when.
it's,
Please.
it's 19.
Okay. You managed to catch up. How are you stopping Tim? Are you just like forming back in front of him, or like making a wall of birds, or what are you doing?
No, I'll just go out in advance and just gonna go, wait. Probably enough for him to run into me a little bit.
Okay. He runs into you and kind of like hits into you to where his face kind of hits yours, and kind of falls back, and then he looks really confused.
It's all right.
Uh,
I'm fine.
and he shakes his head. He's like, "No, you don't understand," and goes to get up to
No, it's okay.
run again.
No, really. It's really okay.
No, you don't get it. Run with me.
Okay. I'll run with it. You should tell me what's happening.
He's like, "We can't trust the teachers. We can't trust them."
There's one we can.
But no, if you're saying Professor Levi, no, we can't.
Agreed. Or Miss Mesmer. Or Dr. Tetsuya.
And he kind of,
Oh, is Levi
Let's
coming
see.
after him? I thought it was Ames.
no, it's Ames.
Okay, good. Yeah. Agreed. But we can trust Ames. And you know I don't normally trust Ames.
and he will like shove you two into like a random classroom so that you have a or study room or something to get you out of the way. Closes the door and like pulls the thing down and like against the wall. He's like, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but we think my granny and at least a couple of her sisters might be here. We think we think Professor Levi, Miss Mesmer, and Dr. Tetsuya are compromised, mind controlled, or replaced because they can look like whoever they want to look like. I have a plan to see if I can't help resolve it without problems. And I asked Professor Ames to absent himself from campus and also to protect the third oracle, which I did not realize until this moment was you.
Oh,
Although it does make sense now, because I don't seem to react to making contact with you.
is that your?
Oh, yes, because apparently in the part that I can't remember, I was having visions. We made contact because your arm was inside me. So I assume that when you make contact with people, they see visions of their own death or something like that. But I don't react that
No.
way.
I see the
Oh.
visions of their death.
Oh, did you see a vision just a moment ago or when your arm was inside me?
No.
Oh, well then, don't have to worry about it. But it does make sense. There was maybe that's why it was in my head and not someone else's. Probably should have thought that before, but I said I wasn't going to investigate. I think. I don't know if I remember that or not, but I'm sure I wouldn't have wanted to pry.
Wait, so you're seeing the visions too?
Apparently.
I don't remember the.
Professor Ames said that while the past 2 days when I didn't remember, I had shared that I had had a vision. And that it apparently was some sort of connection with an oracle that we didn't know. And was not...
Because we fused.
Potentially. That does make sense. But anyway, the main thing is, if the sisters are here, they probably want to do what they can to prevent any oracles from using their abilities to reveal that they're here, which means that any person with oracular powers might be in danger. So Professor Ames was going to protect you.
That makes a lot more sense. And he pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolds it, and it's Kels's vision of the person breaking out.
Ah.
And he scribbled on the back is like his notes of like, hey, don't trust Professor Levi, and details a vision he had of basically someone getting turned into a newt and fed to Greer, the bloodhound.
Oh, yeah. Well, turning into newt is a very hag sort of thing. You might even call it hag-need.
I wasn't. Okay, well. Whoops, didn't mean to make a scene.
No, it's all right.
I thought he was getting me to, because I knew too much or something.
Well, no, it's a good instinct. But in this case, if there's anyone I'm fairly certain is not affected, it's Professor Ames.
Did we?
Yes.
Okay.
Professor Ames.
And he turns around and sees, he'll go into the classroom.
I know I wasn't supposed to say anything, but I explained everything to Tim. It seemed required to gain his confidence.
I was trying to.
But he's, for obvious reasons, suspicious. Also, what's Aspen's best friend?
Oh, Mr. Sparkley.
All right. Can't be too careful.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone's up to speed.
More or less, we only had a few moments.
Good. Okay. I was just gonna, for the night while things are happening and hot, Tim, take you to a safer location. Obviously, you're high risk with everything going on. Some risk in that if someone comes looking for you and you're not there all of a sudden. Could also set off alarm bells, but there's risk either way.
Yes. But I presume your home is extremely well protected.
Of course.
Then that's probably the safest place to be, don't you think?
Tim is like, okay. And you guys go to leave the classroom, open the door, and there is Professor Levi.
How dare you?
And
Well, can I at least have a moment before we open the door to tell Tim how much I appreciate him and his musical playing abilities?
Sure, right before you guys leave.
Because Phineas is trying to get closure.
Yeah. Cool.
And we'll shake
All
his
right,
hand.
well.
Like, take off the glove, shake his hand. It's like, see, it's fine. And then Professor Levi.
Just a strange sensation for him, and definitely not because someone made him take a potion. But
Right.
this is Kids on Brooms. I'm _sidekick. I do not stream. I do not know when we will do another one of these games, unfortunately. Maybe we might squeeze some in July. Maybe not. There seems to be a lot, but we'll see. We'll go with Misha.
All right, I'm Misha _less_3 here on Twitch, or at Misha Weya on Twitter or Tumblr. You can find fan art on those things, especially the C+ comics.tumblr. I've updated it a little bit, but not all the things. Otherwise, there's stuff in the Discord. I also don't know when we're doing this again, but I'm pretty sure we can probably slip some in that late June to early July time frame. So we'll just dance around some of the other games going on that are hopefully going to be scheduled. Go ahead. Sin.
Hi, I'm Sin, or Sinful __ potato on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, most social media sites. Also Discord now because they took away the little numbers and whatnot. And as Misha said, we have a super cool Discord that you should definitely join because it's super fun. Great place. I also don't know things about scheduling and whatnot and stuff. In terms of Aspen, she's slowly gaining back those house points. If she didn't do stuff at the museum, she would have had 0 by now. Great stuff. Yeah. That's basically the update. Twi.
Hello, I'm Twi'lek and I've been playing Gustav. This session, you saw me don earmuffs and start a fashion trend. Next session, we're moving on to scarves. 0.
Yep, I'm 00 Daylight or Michael, and we'll get more of this scheduled, or it maybe just 15 more minutes for Granny and her sisters to wreck the whole joint, and then Professor aims to swoop in and save a few students before everyone is turned into newts. We'll see. So yeah, and we've got other things we got to get scheduled. I know we want to get an alien in. We want to get some more Old West Cthulhu in. And I know we want to get some Jane Austen style class warfare, but also maybe with some supernatural elements in. So we got a lot of long list of stuff. But people have lives and want to go on vacations and see their families and have jobs that make them move around and stuff, which is just super inconvenient for me, but it's fine, I guess. But anyway, awesome. Well, thanks SJ for running. Thanks everyone for playing. Thanks everyone for showing up in the stream and giving us those boons. And I guess banes, but seriously, SJ doesn't need any. So awesome. Well, thanks everyone. We'll sign off and say goodbye to our friends on YouTube, and we'll stick with you guys on Twitch for a minute or two. All right. Bye, YouTube.